JDLFKJASDLFKKDSAD. Yo, you good? Did you like drop the keyboard in the process? Was it the cat? Surely one of those options, yeah? Thank goodness it is Friday indeed. Hi, Mark. How's it going? How's it going? Welcome. I have to go once again. Is unclearable a word? Not right. Underable. Arable. Under. Unclear. Able. Unbearable. Okay. Understood. Did you really wait all that time just to scream at me? You know, actually not bad, you know, I give you credibility. People like to use the memes when I'm in the middle of the thing and then they forget that like it doesn't work that way. La Mao. You know what I mean? Took a day off today. Ooh. W day off. You know? Proud of you. Yeah, totally. Anywho. I hopes yours is doing well today. I'm gonna run PvP on both my characters, and then we'll try and get started. And I'm already mentally prepared for it to be horrendous. We'll see. This will also give me a chance to just simply go live and call out the fact that I'm live on all platforms. Cool. Dude, it's free. Did you clear 11? No. We're gonna try and go for it today. My priority today is, until I like lose my mind, I'm only going to be in whatchamacallit all day today. I'll like ease into it though. For at first I'll like wait, but yeah, that I think is my mental plan, is to just try and keep on going for the clear. I'm sure like surely one of these parties I will get like a competent group. But the other thing as well is that normally I will give people like a chance. I'm not giving anybody chances. So like if people start playing Papega without even like a thought to it, we just hit the replace button, you know? So yeah. What's up, Ladios? How's it going? How's it going? What's gonna troll SSPF? I mean, you're only gonna end up like getting in trouble, you know what I mean? Not by my hands, but by everybody else's hands. So like a yo. True though. Anyways. Yeah, totally, you know what I mean? Yo, so I gotta ask you, what's up? What's we thinking about? The archers? I don't even know. How'd you add those sounds? And is it exclusive to Switch? I've always been curious on that. Yeah, well, so like there's like 50,000 different bots you can utilize, right, to like help you set them up, whatever. So yeah, I have them. They are currently exclusive to Twitch, because Twitch, as far as I'm aware, is the only platform that has like a channel points system that is built in. So I know YouTube doesn't have it, and also Kick doesn't as well. So yeah, like it's kind of like a weird exclusivity thing, but it's not meant to be like actually exclusive. But yeah, like you just can't do it anywhere else except for the Twitch. Now I am so shocked after all of these years of time passing by that people have not actually just designed their own variations of points that you can use for like stuff, you know what I mean? So I don't know, I think it's weird, but it's also kind of fascinating because like you would think that somebody would have already figured it out by now, but like the answer is nope. So here we are. Personally, I think 11 is unwinnable this week. Next week maybe, I don't know. You know what the crazy part is too is like I don't even think that the fight's unwinnable because the DPS check is difficult. I think it's unwinnable because just people can't mechanically do the fight, you know what I mean? So Coach Sessiion, thanks to your ultrasonic spread advice, I've reached M9 in rage twice. Hey, you know, I'm happy for you. What's up, Golden? I'm proud of you, you know. It's not often that you're able to see mechanics like that and then live to tell the tale. But now you simply just go for the clear, you know? Like I think it's job application. Hey yo. Yeah, I'm happy to you know, happy to clear up the thing. Also today, in terms of like Celsius, it's -7 degrees, which means that it's literally like 10 degrees. And the wind is seeping through my house, and for some reason the heater system, the one time I need the heater to be on in my house, it's not on. And whenever the heat, you know what I mean, like brother, it's never it's just not, yo, I can't believe like it's just not on. It's cold. Pearson for the YouTube and the summer teams. Yeah, I think now the thing is that there are definitely redeems I think that exist for YouTube as well. I think though the current obstacle, I guess, is that trying to find a compatible one for them. I think it exists, but I think it is also specifically like YouTube's AI or API that like doesn't have like a point system, because they only recently added like the, to my knowledge, a super chat and like the donation system. You know, you can like make a donut to people via Twitch like for like a long time or whatever, and like get things subs and that whole spiel. Like that wasn't a thing until like very recently, as far as I'm aware. So yeah. So I think that they're still working out certain like systems and whatnot. So we'll see. I mean, I don't really expect 11 to be like an easy clear, but like I said, I'm gonna try and go for it today. We'll see how it goes, and then like fingers crossed it's like a possibility, you know. So we'll see. My friend Smokey cleared, and like the team was going through it, so I mean they cleared it eventually. Hi Tofu, how's it going? How's it going? So I think it's possible. You really gotta just like get lucky, and then unfortunately you gotta be like the judge, jury, executioner, and then just like, you know, if people are not ready to content the fight, then you gotta just get the replacement button, you know. I saw you in the replies of some tombstone thread. In the replies. Oh, you mean on Twitch? On Twitter? Yeah. I think I said something about like what they should do about it, I think, or something like that, maybe. Yeah. You know what's funny though is I'm not even like a person who like uses that, honestly. I think it can be helpful, but to use it as like a factor to specifically weed out like the people that are good and not good in the fight, like there's just so many different like details that you really don't think about when it comes to the content. So, but yeah, like I don't look at people's passports when I want to like when I do content. I just trust that people will actually mechanically whatever. And the thing is, like, I don't even Like if you're not playing well, I just don't sit there for 2 hours and wait for you to like figure it out. You got like less than 20 minutes. So there you go. That's where I can't remember if people were just talking about the Cloud PF last year. They were only with M6. Only for M6. But even still with M6, like it wasn't actually that bad though, because Leave Max actually fixed a lot of the challenges that people encountered with M6 in general. So there was that. And then I barely heard anything about M5. I heard only like a small chatter about M7, and the only thing I heard about M7 is that people just had a hard time being able to like mechanically maintain uptime, and I thought the fight was really easy, which I tried telling people like, hey, don't just assume that the fight's easy because you can see the enrage when the boss's HP is at like, you know, 30% or whatever. You know what I mean? So people were very quick to just like dismiss that basically, which is a bad idea. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. So yeah. We'll look on 11? I mean, not yet. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it tonight. We'll see how it goes. So, what's up, bro? M8, you know what's shockingly though? I haven't actually heard anything. I didn't hear anything about M8S in comparison to the rest of the fights. I think M8 was like fine. The only challenge at M8 was like people complaining about Beck and Moonlight. Because that mechanic was really tight in terms of positioning, so people just kind of like got clipped whatever that it was. So like for me personally, I think that by the time I got to M8, it was probably just past the point where I was like, it doesn't mean anything to me crazy. So like I wasn't really too like harpy about it basically. And like yeah, the fight was like fine. I don't think that the fight was like too bad, honestly. That does not take away the fact that the fight still had like its challenges, I'm sure, because the thing is that there was that party finder. There was that party finder that not party finder, that static. There was drama behind a static that literally had like a crash out thing, and the girl's view count like skyrocketed from like 4 to like 400. So she got like temporarily famous in the moment because there was a static person who decided that they were trying to clear ahead of the group because their group couldn't clear it, and they were like trying to weak one it, so they tried to go ahead of the group and then just clear by themselves, and it was kind of like an oh moment. So, and then the guy like crashed that over, so he actually solved it. It's intended as tons of room. The neck wasn't tight. Our patient made it, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like PF made the shot mechanically difficult. I'm not saying that like it was actually like a hard mechanic though. So like yeah, it's like killing. I also want to visit M3S because I want to get the Dawn jacket from the Savage. I would also like to go back and go do cruiserweight and like heavyweight 3s because I still need to go get the cruiserweight chest pieces as well for like casting and I think healing too. So I don't remember which ones they look like from the light heavyweight one, but oh yes I do. I don't remember if I actually care about those. I don't think so though. I mean maybe I'll have to go back and check. I have the ones that I want though. I have the Fending one, so I'm chilling. The Fending one and the Miming one were the only two that I wanted, so I remember that being like a thing. Yeah. But definitely I gotta go back and do cruiserweight, so yeah. Also I'd like to go unlock crew on my other 2 characters that I have, and then farming it would be pretty lit, so yeah. What's up, Nick? How's it going, brother? Welcome on in. But yeah, like light heavyweight was actually like talked about a lot because mechanically the fight was like not like a snooze, like the tier wasn't like a snooze fest, but people were talking immensely about how easy it was to go through the tier. Like the amount of people who cleared M1 was a lot, and even like M2 as well. But people suffered a lot with M2's alarm pheromones because that was the Mario Kart strat, and people didn't know how to do YOLO, which I hated. So that was like a small little conversation, but M3, I don't think I talked about that much either. I don't think M3 was like that bad of a fight. Uptime was mad fun though, so there's that. And then M4, I don't really think that people talked that much about M4, especially after DN came out with the strat for Ion Cannon. I think after that it was like whatever. I want Snicky. So I don't remember though. I think like I went through M4, like I went through the raid tier for the first one like really easy. So Final Fuse Now memes. Oh, you're right. Final Fuse Now is definitely one of those mechanics as well that people were like, That was weird timing, what the hell? Oh, I got hit with like a... like something. No, I have to lock on. I'm dead as hell, by the way. Couldn't do anything about that, actually. Unfortunate. It's okay. Yeah, M11 is like annoying. I think, you know what's crazy though? I'm gonna throw like a hot take out there. I think as a fight, I think M11 is actually mad easy. I think M7's harder than M11. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'd almost wager that M3 and M11 are equal, but M7 is harder than M11. Yeah, I think so. Genuinely. The DPS check is definitely tight, but the thing is that so was M7's DPS check. But the thing about M7 was that, like, I will say this, figuring out uptime in M7 and M11 I think is equal, but I think that people who play melee have a hard time, and tank as well, have a hard time maintaining uptime. What's up, Arthur? So mechanically, like, here's the problem too, right? Because, like, okay, M7 phase 2 second platform, that mechanic was actually like a hard mechanic, assuming that you didn't use like a guide, because figuring out where to dodge and how to like dodge stuff, whatever, was like definitely like a pain in the butt, you know what I mean? But the real challenging mechanic was M7 phase 3. So, and like M7 phase 1 was kind of whatever, I guess, if anything. So yeah. Now, that's not to say that like the fight, I don't think, okay, like the way how I perceive the fights right now is in my head, I'm thinking about the difficulty of the fight without a guide and like after looking at a guide. So if you try to do M7 without looking at a guide, like, yeah, M7's like crazy hard, because like how to mechanically execute the thing and like figuring out where to stand and that whole spiel, like that part was crazy, like 100%. And M11, like same thing, like figuring out weapons and like the after the cone thing, doing meteor was tricky for sure, because like meteor and 11 is like one of those mechanics that like you have to really like think about placement, timing, etc. Like you know, the wild charging and like the whole spiel, and the dodging from Omen is like really tough too. Right, and then arena split, and that's the place that arena split is basically phase 3 of M7, where the mechanic of the you know how you have to like, the people have to grab the tethers, and then they gotta stretch them either like from left to right, and then there's also the ads like the plant, and then you have to like get behind them and then the dodge a thing, and then like that whole spiel. What's up, Crimson? That's basically what tower is. It's just that mechanic where you have to simply just look at the guide, respect the mechanic, and then just do the mechanic, and don't think that like deeply about your uptime, and you can easily do it. But people don't do that in M7 because everybody's too busy trying to figure out how to like kill everything, whatever that it is, and the last stage was like kind of annoying. And the arena split is the exact same thing. So like there's that. But yeah, because like what I've understood is, and honestly, I'm going to take the PF raid plans. I'm gonna do this tomorrow, before I build my desk. So I'm really excited for tomorrow because I'm building my desk. But before I do that, I want to actually do a video for each of the fights and basically just come up with my own variation of the raid plan, because I do not think that the way that people are looking at the guides is helpful enough, and even Hector doesn't like fully help this situation. Hi Jazzy, I'm on a road trip. Road trip. Where are you going though? Also, is Boston with you? Tell him that he's beautiful today, and I saw the haircut. He looks phenomenal. You know what I mean? But yeah, I did get a new desk. Yeah, so the desk I'm currently using, I've had since like, you know what's crazy? Now that I think about it though, I've had it for a really long time. I've had it since like 2020, 2019, something like that. Yeah. Like I've had this desk for like 5-6 years, which is wild. So the new desk that I got, it's larger and it's an L shape. And so I'm in like my office room, right? And I'm in the middle of my office, and I was actually thinking about putting my my desk setup like and like flipping it, but the problem is that the outlet is behind my desk right now. So if I put myself in the corner the other way, the outlet will just kind of be in the weirdest place. So I have to figure out like what I want to do with that. So I don't exactly know yet, but I'll get there when I get there. So yeah. Anyways, did you get one of those desks that can move? Actually, you know what I found out? I didn't even know this either. Typing in cameras. Oh, Vegas. Why'd you say cameras? I'm joking. My desk is a standing desk. I did not know that it can be adjustable to a standing desk. So I'm actually really excited about that. I don't know how often I'll use it, but I was very surprised that the desk that I ordered, it was like on a sale, and then Chicken, who actually like got me the link for the desk, it was on Amazon, and I think I paid like $150 for it instead of like, it's like almost like $200, I think. It's a standing desk, which I was kind of like, what's that? So it's like an L-shaped table or desk, right? So it's like an L shape, and then there's like a lip that's kind of like towards the back where you can probably place like little like trinkets and like stuff, whatever. And then there's like a button on the side that lets me like actually elevate it, which I think is really, really cool. I don't really know how often I'll use it. I'll probably tinker with it, but like we'll see. So yeah, but I'm really, really excited for my new desk. I'm actually like because my desk is small because I have 3 monitors, and 3 monitors is like the actual like the stand for the monitors, like they hang off the desk is how small this desk is. This desk was perfect for 2 monitors, but 3 is definitely like way too much. So and I'm hoping I can figure out like a thing with my microphone, because I like the mic arm setup that I have, but it sits between 2 monitors and it just looks so goofy. So yeah, 3. I don't really like need 3, but like it was just like a test, honestly. So there might be like an opportunity I'll go back to 2, but because on the right side I have like Discord and like my audio mixer, and like that's literally it. Is that desk clamp arm? Yeah. So I don't know other variations. I thought about getting one where you can like what should we call it? Like it's like a stand on like the floor sort of thing, kind of like a studio does it. So I was thinking about it though, but I don't know yet. So I'll probably change stuff up as I like build the desk out. But yeah, my left side has like my OBS and then like a browser, like Microsoft Edge, for example, whatever. And in the middle one is just a game. So I really don't need a third monitor, but like, also I found out that my monitor is also like older. I got these monitors back in like 2011. I had no idea. So, but I mean, these monitors are phenomenal. They're 27 inches. They're like 144 hertz each. I got all 3 of them. They were all like a bundled sale. I think I paid like $450 for them, I think, or something like that. So like the pricing was extremely good for all 3 of them. So I was not about to pass up the opportunity. And I sold my other monitors. I had like 24s, I think. They were like 59 hertz each, whatever. And they were like the first monitors I ever bought too. So one of them I sold for like $50, which is like pretty decent. And then the other one I just like gave away to my nephew, who then proceeded to destroy it, which is sad. So it's whatever, but you know. I'm like shocked I can't see your mic frame yet. It sounds so good. You know. Yeah, my mic is literally like right here. So, but I also have to change the audio settings on my microphone. I wish I can go back and look at my settings for my old microphone, because the quality was much better. But I do like the current setup as well. But yeah, my other version, same microphone, just the setup is different, like the settings and like the noise cancellation, etc., whatever that it is. So Yeah, I know that I'll have to at some point in time like change that, but everything's all good though until otherwise. Yeah, I don't know if you can really like eat the microphone per se. Because one thing I never liked was that the audio from the outside could be heard. I remember my old like videos of me streaming, like, dude, you can hear the traffic outside. It was so bad actually. For that guy. But yeah. And now it's great because like my house is also very well like sound insulated. That's one of the biggest changes I incorporated once I moved here. So I made sure that like the audio could not be heard from outside. Not that there's like a lot of audio you can hear, but and then additionally, very early living here, I had like a little bit of a mouse problem. So I like deep cleaned my house and then made sure that was like a long gone problem. Because like, oh my gosh. I had no idea for the longest time I had mice in my house. And then it wasn't until I was trying to cook something in my kitchen and then I literally saw like a little like thing in the floor on the counter and I was like, yo, you have to come clean this. So my landlord was like very much like, okay, my bad, I'll look into it. And then I made them pull, so my house is also carpeted, so I made them pull the carpeting entirely, and then they bought like that expansive like foam, and they covered every single inch of the floor. And I was like, I don't care if it's like even like lumpy, but I will not allow a mouse to be able to like even step in my house. So figure it out, and then I haven't had a mouse in like what 2-3 years. So. It's been pretty fire. I still get bugs, but the bugs are so like seldom. I never see a bug. But the hole's small enough that they still call for you. Which is another thing I have to like consider when I like I have to re-bug proof my desk. Because I have my house my desk is bug proof. But it only lasts like a couple of years, so because like I think it was like last month, I think I found like a bug on my desk and I was like so confused by it actually. What's up, Afro? Are you still trying to clear 11 right now? I'm gonna join you probably after this run, so if you want to like pull up. Although I mean I am going to go for that to clear, so I don't know if you're like ready to clear. I'm only gonna be doing clear parties, I think. I'm like I'm kind of curious to see if it'll even like happen, so. But I figured that we kind of like settle in, you know. My hands are cold from outside and like. Crazy actually. What's up, Bobo? True. Hi, Celeste. I'm awake today? W awake. Being awake is good. I can't believe the amount of people that are there that just like let me shoot like all my bullets. Crazy. I'm contemplating waiting until next week when I can get my last accessories. What, to try and clear 11? Oh, okay. I mean, that's just like not a big. You know what I learned? All you need to clear is one like good DPS, apparently. But yeah, because the problem is that people just don't mechanically do the fight correctly. So, I was saying earlier, before I build my desk, I'll probably try to wake up early in the morning and then do like a video and edit the raid guide, the raid plan, and then add all the details that like need to be added, so that way people can like actually do it the correct way. Because seeing people mechanically, like, okay, for example, like is this a raid? No, this is PvP. Raiding is gonna come up next. But like for example, the priority order in terms of gap closing, right, for the tanks and the melees in like M9 versus like destroying the towers, and like ether letting and the bat, you know, a lot of those details don't really get talked about in the raid plan. And then something with like M10 versus like how to dodge the like the hot aerial during like sneaking. What to do when it comes to the positioning of like the fire thing during IA2, how the tanks will use their invulns during snaking because like it's free, etc. Like that's what, you know, that sort of spiel. And then with 11, I had to apparently explain that when you're gonna try and do the jump tower, and you gotta cross your tether, that you go cardinal, not intercardinal. Because when I watched somebody jump from a tower into cardinal and then just fall off the arena, I was, dare I say, like very, very mad. Because it just like makes total sense that you don't do that. You know what I mean? But I'm not too sure that people know that, so I will have to clear that clarification up, if anything. So we'll see. And then like if somehow by like a worst case scenario, some worst case scenario, like, I'm gonna learn how to heal 11, because I've already learned how to heal 9 and 10, and I don't do anything. And I'm under the impression that the same rules apply to 11. However, we shall see. Except for like the meteor mechanic, you know? Like, I don't know about that part, but like, I'm not under the impression that part's hard. After doing the clear party? Oh, you know, true. But I haven't even seen Eclectic yet. I joined up and put a PF Meteor in, but keep looking at the Pastor weapons. So the thing is, like, I've seen Eclectic like twice. Like, we did like the meteor dodge, and then I died because I didn't have mitigation for the tower. Like, the tower hurts like crazy for a tank, and I didn't actively know that. So what I have to do is save like my my 120 and my short for it. I don't know or remember like exactly what I did, but I'm pretty sure it's because like the healers weren't healing me during that mechanic, which I think is crazy because like a sage can throw Haima and like a shield healer can a scholar can throw like a tether, and like there's Benny and like Tetra and like, you know, potential dignity, etc. So I died to the tower. But I can tell you though, like, you don't really gotta think about that mechanic. I think that the mechanic is like, you only do it once too, that's the thing. If you had to do like either you should do 2-way and 4-way, I can understand it being tough, but if you really only pick one of the two, the mechanic is also not that hard and doesn't require that much effort. So, however, I'd be lying. You know, because party fighting fire so we'll see. But yeah. Because I think this character has, I think both my characters have actually seen the eclectic phase, but the DPS differentiation is like by like 2%. And this character saw like 32%, I think, with like whatever the mechanic was called, and like my other character saw like 34 or something like that. That's across. So, I mean, I don't really care, because I think that people checking tomes is like a little, now it's becoming like a real like conversation, and it's getting like a little out of hand. So, oh no, this character is sub 30% at like 29 or whatever, and then my other character is definitely like above 30%, like 32. Yeah. But I saw the last Ridwire, so it's not like I can't do it. Who's winning? Oh my god, why is yellow going so hard right now? I think actually it's because like our team and their team is they're just like, feeding them, I guess. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, that's what I thought. Yeah, because like that's my thing too, right? Like, even if I somehow encounter a team or a player of any caliber in like a clear party attempt, and then they're dying of trophy weapons, I literally don't even pretend to like get them a chance, I just simply replace them. Like, I don't care. And also, like, I've been keeping a unfortunate list of people that I've encountered in Party Finder that are absolutely, I'm like, nah. Gotta get that person, like, up, out. I don't even want to, like, deal with that person in the content. Which sucks, because that's the most annoying thing that I can do. To, like, deliberately, what's up, Reese? To deliberately, like, hold on to a list of people that I see name-wise, and then I gotta, like, get rid of them. Like, that's the worst feeling ever, so... What they're still learning, well then they can't even join, because it's not like a learning party. If they were learning, then they should go join like a prog party, but I'm going for like the clear attempt. So my thing about clear parties is that, like, I expect people to be able to do every mechanic until the very end. So what gets really annoying is that people can't do that, because like when people start dying in the beginning of the fight, it's the whole trope that I mentioned again about like M7, because in M7, like, that happens as well. People would just join clear parties because they've seen all the mechanics, but they haven't stayed alive during all the mechanics, so people actually don't know what they're doing, and that gets to become like a huge headache, because that was one of the most annoying things in M7 was people would join my party and be like, oh, I've seen phase 3, and I'm like, okay, but have you seen it alive? And they're like, why does that matter? And then I don't even like ask them a question, I just kick them. I'm like, yo, go back and practice. So that's like literally what it is, which is unfortunate. Like I said, like, it really sucks to have to do that, but you know, because like, you know, you don't want your, like, the thing is, like, when you raid, you don't want your time like wasted. So saw phase 3 from the floor. Do you know how many people also saw phase 3 from the floor? Like, yo, it was insane, dude. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, the amount of people that like saw a certain mechanic but like dead the entire time is such a high number. So that's why, like, for me, I try to keep myself like accountable. Like, if I'm at a certain mechanic, like when I was doing M11 prog, like, at the very beginning of the thing, I only joined like, or host like a meteor rain party, because I could not figure out the mechanic for the whatchamacallit. Counterpoint could have assassinated? No. I don't think so. No one ever really gets like assassinated, unfortunately. Everyone always does get hit with like the, you know, I mean, not entirely. It's possible, but I'm not a firm believer in that at all. Yeah, we made like a massive comeback in this team. Not bad, but we still lost because blue won. All right. Anyways, so that's the problem though, right? Like, they were talking about that in the they were talking about that online, like how essentially should they change the way that people can be tracked in the passport, because the way how the passport thing works is, first and foremost, you have to upload your thing, right? And then depending on your upload, damn, the loading is crazy on this. What the? There you go. Depending on the upload, like, will dictate whatever your progression is, whatever. So I think what's problematic is that people, like I said, like, they don't really hold themselves accountable. It's the constant concept of like, oh, you know, mechanically I've seen this, therefore I'm at this point, even though I've been dead the whole time. So again, people just refuse to hold themselves accountable for that situation, which I do think that sucks. Because again, like, I'm okay with if somebody's like, hey, I've seen this mechanic, I'd like to try and go for the clear, like, yeah, sure, but like the same rules apply though. Like if you're not actually staying alive the whole time, then disrespectful, you got to go back and go practice the content. Like there's no animosity at you. It's like, yo, just go practice. I'll be right back. Because like me too, you know, I've had my also moments where you know, I'll get killed by like the axe or the sword or something, or like the meteor rain, and it's not like anybody's fault, it's like a my fault thing. Like I've had those situations happen as well, so I'm not perfect either. But like dying to like a mechanic like weapons, it just feels so bad. So but okay, let's say we give it a shot. Also, once again, like just as like a heads up, I'm freezing, brother. And the heating turned on. I wonder if I can turn it on actually. Hold on. Like increase the heat. That is a no. Okay. That's enough for me, big dog. Wait. I'm wearing this in like a blanket. And thank goodness to W blanket. Okay. One second. Let's also go grab my Oh, people also change. People change. Oh wait, that's the wrong fight. Hell yeah. Okay. Today's Friday? Hey, yo, okay. I saw a streamer who's live who only ever streams on Fridays, so I was kind of like, is it actually? And actually it is. Whatever. I'm not gonna count. I quit. Situation. It's whatever. Who is that? I gotta check if that bard is on as well. You know what's crazy though? I already like forget their name. Oh, there they are. Nope, they're not on. Okay. Yeah, perfect though. That already seems like a very bad situation, you know? What's up, Allie? How's it going, brother? Not much to the playing 11. How are you feeling? Trying to get the weapon section? Hey, can I join clearing for an alt? Hell no. Not bad, I can't read those swords to save my life. Oh, you know. Neither can the party finder, so like, good luck. Have fun. I'm looking up so I can do it consistently, as you should. Look, that's a lot more credibility than a majority of the people out here who, like, you know what I mean? Like, hey, yo. Darn UPF? What's up, Ryu? How's it going? Ah, brother. It's like so bad today, bro. It's gonna be so bad. I already know that it is, unfortunately. You better win. Brother, you better tell that to everybody else in the party, because I'm asleep at the wheel. Now that I figured out my my 2-minute in phase 1, like, that's a GG situation already. So I don't even care anymore. Dude, like, I don't even, I'm trying to think about, like, what raids did you do that, like, I can relate to, that, like, this fight's like remembrance of? I don't even remember at this point. You know what's crazy? You can easily catch up. You can even play a brand new job you've never played before and you'll still catch up. That's how bad it is. Titan was harder than this. Titan's harder than this fight. Absolutely, Titan's harder than this fight. No, haven't you done we did Shadowbringers, oh yeah, no question, Titan's harder than this fight. Yeah, Titan and Party Finder was horrendous. Even I remember that too, because like that was also the time that I was tanking, because like Gunbreaker was new, right? So like, not that I was a good player at the time, but like, my thing is like, I've always felt that whenever I look at a guide for a fight, it automatically just makes the process of the fight like that much easier. So again, like I say, a lot of times that I go into content without a guide, I'm like a clueless dummy, which is great because I'm like, I gotta find out how to do this mechanic and like figure it out, and it's like so much fun. But the second that the guide comes out and I look at the guide, I'm like, oh okay. And then I just start practicing that part. And then I start asking people and myself, like, why are people having such a hard time with this fight? You know what I mean? Take it to clear? What, Titan? I don't even remember. I never remember like how many weeks it takes me to clear anything. I never keep track. Same thing, because like one thing that people do that I've never cared personally is like how many clears it takes to go for it. Hi, Al. I believe you can clear. Yo, thank you. Tell that to the rest of these people. We'll find out though. I'm not gonna crash out today. I'm just gonna simply remove the person out of the room, go find another person. Like, we'll figure it out. I'm not about to sit here and like I mean, I'll probably get annoyed when we get like later into the fight, but yeah, I'm not about to like go immediately start crashing over the smallest details. So, but we'll see. Anywho, all right, I'm gonna start dressing up. Spooky clears is hilarious. That would be like a revolutionary friggin' whatchamacallit, like hashtag to get trending. Yo, that'd be so crazy. What's up, Chaos? How's it going, brother? How are you feeling about the raids here so far? Oh, these Hyperion kids are leaving? Yeah, whatever. Oh, on year 3, no progress spin type time? Yeah, basically. But I'm not gonna put it in the chat. Like, there's no reason to do that. You just simply gotta look at the person and be like, yo, what are you doing? And then if they hit me with the my bad too many times, it's just I leave, we kick, we go find somebody else. You have a mid-pen for 11? Not particularly, I don't think. I mean, the mid plan for me personally really focuses on like the trying to think like the mechanics much more so. So like for example, like I think it's pretty standard that the main tank will just hit the reprisal on the first AoE. Right, so there's that. And then I can tell you things that will make your life a lot easier if you're mitigating stuff as like a tank. I can't speak for melees and casters and healers, for example, but for example, the very first tank buster, you can just kitchen sink it. You throw everything out there. So, you know, but then the next time you deal with that one, you don't kitchen sink it. You just use 90s and you're short. So you can just make sure you save the 120 for the meteor mechanic. Hi, Padia. I think the Orbital Omen. Dude, it's really funny to me how many people get clipped by Orbital Omen after like the numerous amounts of time they've had to practice it. Now, don't get me wrong though, like I'm not trying to say that like Orbital Omen I won't still get clipped by it. I will. However, it's really funny because like you can just use whatchamacallit for it. Anyways, you can just use what was it saying? Oh, you treat it like Fru. My bad. I was like, what am I talking about? I just treat it like Fru. So you could just think both because he invulns Great Wall of Fire. Everything is physical in this fight, so feints and reprisals are more important. Yeah. Back up for Harper Tower, which he takes. Yeah, I usually see uptime Omen strat. Yeah, that's the dodge it is. So I also invuln the Buster so that I can tank the second one as well. And then like whatever. Even first hardest Paladin, he invulns second as Gunbreaker, kids like to throw it together. Your party never goes in. I think Party Finder's strat is PTT, which like whatever. I don't actually know. Because the timing for it, I don't know how the timing works exactly, but I know that how I time it currently. I can press it on like the hit of the second tower because the timing that I have the invuln come out is before the cast bar comes out, and basically I take the second hit of the Buster at 0 seconds of the invuln. Basically, some of that. So. But it makes sense that you would like use it for the. I mean, to me, I think TTP is better. But like, whatever. Because like, what is it? It's like 7 hits, I think. You can just whatever mitt you have, you just kind of throw everything at it, and then just it probably doesn't hurt that badly. I have no idea though. So I've never even seen Heartbreak Kick, but I know that it's really easy, so I don't really care. So like, AP would it be? But Party Finder is Party Finder, so. First for the first P in tower for tank. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I also understand like the kitchen sinking the third one. I don't know if I like that though, but Like, I'm not really particular. Like, I don't really care. Because the timing of the mechanic is 15, it's like less than 15 seconds. So, like, at the very end of the cast, you just, like, faint out of reprisal and, like, Heart of Light and, like, whatever. And, like, it just shouldn't hurt that badly. So, I have no idea, though. So, like, we'll see. People are locking 70, 75. I mean, that doesn't do anything. So... The problem is that, like, the DPS check is I mean, it's the problem, but, like, the real problem is that people can't mechanically survive during the fight because everyone's eating damage downs and dying on repeat. If you literally don't die, you can clear the fight and it'd be such a bad run. Like my friend, everybody in the party got like a gray, like a low gray. I mean, like, but like less than 10. And then the black mage had gotten like an 80. And they cleared, and it was like kind of close, but they cleared. So like, it really shouldn't be that difficult. However, everyone just sucked at this fight. So like, yeah, man. Anywho, team report fell on easy clears because the tanks fell to the towers and it was lulls. I mean, you really just have to stand in there and then just just do the mechanic. Like, I don't know how bruh. I have no idea. So I don't even think I have to like take the tower with a partner in the second one. I think I can just take it like alone because it's like 11 seconds, but like it's a couple of hits and like it's whatever. I think DN took 2 hours to re-clear 11. That's kind of sad, actually. It should have been a one pull clear, no bullshit. I mean, I can one pull clear 11, but like that's just me though. I'm lying, but you know. Actually, you know what though? I don't actually think that I am. Is that an ego thing? I don't know. Oh no, I mean, I know you share first hit together. I just don't know if like I can. I don't know if I need to do that with like the with how I time my Gunbreaker invuln. I don't know if I have to do that. I have no idea. I've never seen it. I mean, I'm making the tank take it with me anyways, so it's whatever. But yeah. Because like I almost want to like Dark Knight this because Dark Knight is so comfy, dude. The amount of brain power I gotta think about to uptime Gunbreaker is like so much, and like cartridge realignment is such a pain. So like it stinks, but it is what it is. You want to hit poll? No, because I don't have to even go look at the people's numbers or like look at like the whatever. Everyone in this party is trash. So like whatever. I sit here and just wait until it fills and then we pray. But what's nice though, I'll tell you this much. What's nice is that I haven't seen any name immediately where it's like, oh, I know that guy. Get him out of here. You know, so that's good. Although I also feel like I'm pretty sure though. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna end up holding up like a reputation. I'm gonna become famous in Party Finder for kicking people just because. So we'll see. But yeah, second time's gonna get kicked, I bet. Yo, facts. What's up, Kai? I think next week people should be 775 without loot. Assuming you cleared 9 and 10, you should be able to at least be 774. I don't think 73. I don't think 75 is like realistic still, but I don't actually know. I don't keep track of the thing, so I think that 774 is more likely. Because like me, the only reason why I'm 75 is because I won a piece, and assuming if I clear 9, I should be at like 776, maybe, like big maybe. I don't even know, because I won that piece, which is cool. Everyone's getting the suspect button up because this guy is watching the cutscene. Whoops is in your party? Who's Whoops? What's up, Josh? Okay, brother. That bro's never seen the fight, brother. Your suspicions were correct. They never seen M11 and joined a clear party. I kicked whoops? What? Oh my god. I know who whoops is, but everyone was like, why is he in like a, it says all? Why did I get like a, like, yo, he said nothing to me, brother. No message. Tell whoops to come back or something. That shit is so insane, bro. No animosity. No animosity. Listen, everybody else was like, questionable. All right? Everybody else was sitting there raising an eyebrow. Oh my god, I'm getting so annoyed about this situation, actually. Stop leaving in the process. Now I'm really going to end up on the internet. So, he can come back. It's fine. Also, doesn't he play Dragoon? Why is he playing Pictomancer? He should join in and be like, yo, what the hell, bro? You freaking, you piece or some shit, yeah, man. It's whatever, dog. Hold on. Listen, man. He should learn how to use his words. M11S cleared. W clear. Congratulations. I gotta like replace the samurai slot, bro. You know what I should have done? I should have just went into it. I don't know why I bothered to be an idiot and go do the thing that I said I would never go do. Okay. I'm gonna literally go to my thing and then just like ban that website. Alright, cool. Anyways. The party will fill just as quickly as it just did, so it's whatever. Ban this. Yeah, true. We did an extra raid night because we were so close. I thought the dancer even cleared before the raid even started. That's good. Congratulations. I apparently had whoops join my party on an all. Had no idea. People were concerned. And then I kicked him because I assumed. And then everybody said, oh no. And then they all left. So now I sit here looking like a dumbass, which is awesome. I got at his blacklist? Hell yeah, bro. Whatever. Is he live right now? It's fine. I deserve it. I'm a criminal. Oh, he is live. Okay. Tell him that I'm sorry. And maybe he'll unblacklist me and maybe forgive me or something. Oh, that's why it filled so quickly? Oh, okay. Listen, man, Party Finder is hard. So that's my bad. I will admit the blah blah blah. It's okay. Maybe I'll see him at FanFest and he'll be like, oh my bad, bro. I have no idea. Anyways, it's fine. That was my ticket to a clear too, imagine actually. I don't know anything. It's whatever, man.
Alan! 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 Al! Alan!
And ironically it was. I'm not gonna know anything unless like somebody uses their words. You know what I mean? Look, it's my fault for judging a room, but like, yo, judging a room. Best board ever made? I'll check it later. Yo, listen, man, I'm sorry. Check it now? I don't feel like doing that, bruh. Toxic? JK. Hey, look, I'm toxic because I kicked Whoops on his ult, having no idea he was even that person. So, my bad, bro. Something. I don't know. Whatever, man. Brittany. Spears. Yo, facts, actually. It happens. Yeah, whatever. Why'd you kick him? So, to give you context, literally, he was watching a cutscene, which people were like, right? Like, someone was confused by it. And then, because I was also kind of like, surely this isn't like a scenario where somebody's watching a cutscene and like it's their first time ever in the fight, right? And then I decided to be the idiot myself and then go check the thing. And then I saw 100%. And I was like, oh, we're going to get griefed. And then that was it. And then everyone left. And now here we are. Now, like I said, if he literally didn't, okay, if he joined and said anything, then, well, no, because, like, again, the problem is that, like, he was watching the cutscene. Usually when someone's watching a cutscene, it's either like a BRB thing or like a first time thing. So, like, I think the problem is that, like, you can, you know, you take like a guess, you know? What's up, bro? Yeah, I know. It's fine. If you want to tell him that if to unblacklist me and join again, like, we can run it. I don't know. I don't know anything, so I just assumed because of what everyone, not everyone, but people's reactions. So, because even somebody else was like, "Is that person watching a cutscene for the first time ever? Have they never done the fight before?" You know, and I was kind of like, surely not that somebody's joining a fight because of the whatever situation. You know what I mean? So, well, you shouldn't. I mean, no, I wouldn't say that. Like, for me, like, I don't have the thing that it auto skips the cutscene, right? I just the cutscene will play, but then I'll just press skip. Or like if the cutscene does run, I'll literally be like, yo, BRB or something. You know? So like it's not like I literally was like being like a toxic person over it. Listen, I flipped a coin, I called heads, it was tails, and like I lost, you know?
What the fuck, Richard?
It's not that deep. Like I said, all he has to do is just come back if he wants to. But he probably is already in like another party, I'm assuming, right? So like, yeah, whatever. Again, that's my bad. Kyle lets to go in on his ult that's not connected and not talk because he doesn't want it to be associated with his main, just to help him pay for him sometime. Yeah, but even still though, like I feel like if he was gonna like join on his ult, at least be like, yo, this is an ult. Or something like that. I don't know. Like I feel like that's weird. He isn't. He's live thinking about this during this flying turtle John. I mean, whatever. He never says that. Well, again, if anything, then I'm at fault for assuming that like it's like a thing. Now I'm gonna end up in like a party finder thing. Don't join Adelicio Weiss because he'll kick you because he checks like your whatevers. And it's like, all right, cool. Whatever, bro. It's fine. Listen, I'm in my bed. I got a lie in it. It's fine. He's on the dodge list. Who is? I mean, I'm on the list now, which is fine. It's okay. Out of curiosity, though. Whoops. I'm up, yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, cool. Imagine that my name actually pops up on like a 3 thing. That'd be so hilarious, actually. Nah. Again, it's whatever. Have you cleared 11? No, but I can, because yeah, you just need to have people that know what they're doing mechanically, and then realistically it'd be possible, so. No, I can't clear 11 because no one can clear 11. That's cute. Like, what is it? Could always do a pull or two when it's not confirmed. I think my patience just in the moment. You know what I think, honestly? If the person didn't respond to the watching the cutscene thing, I probably wouldn't have even like thought about it. So, oh, take the 0 for the week and then following the weekly parties. I mean, I have until Monday to do that, honestly. So you're not wrong though. Back with food. W food. What'd you get? Cajun chicken sandwich and onion rings. Any kind of sauce with that? Yeah, that sounds delicious though. I hope you enjoy. It's kind of just that bad side that Tombstone has done to PF. You know what's crazy though? I think that's exactly what the problem was. Ranch with onion rings? Oh, okay. Yeah, solid choice. I think that's actually what the problem is. The reliance on it is so obnoxiously way too much, because that's what it is. Like I said, I think that if the person watched the cutscene and then nobody said anything to it, I probably wouldn't have cared. But because literally one person said a thing, I made like a bad judgment call. But the problem is that too, like people are also constantly lying to themselves about mechanically what they're doing as well, and like it's so bad. Because you know what's insane too is like I'll literally see people who are what is it? Like they'll be at like 8%, 9%, 10%, 12%, whatever, and like they're still dying of mechanics like weapon and like the wind, you know, domination, the tower jump, meteor rain damage down, like all that stuff. And I think that's like super annoying actually. Because like for me, my character is like sub 30%. I haven't even like seen the enrage, but like I think my confidence is good enough to the point that like I'm probably not going to like make mistakes that'll make it look like I don't know what I'm doing. You know what I mean? But it's because like I've practiced it so much. Now is that going to be like 100% guaranteed? Like no, but it's up there, you know. So my only hope is that people would actually, like I said, like adhere to the situation. But unfortunately, that's like not the case scenario. So, but it is, like, you know, like it's that's why PF is like tough. But I don't really feel like joining a static, and I don't feel like going for the 0 chest. Like I'd like to try and get the 2, it'd be kind of great, but it's just not possible because like, again, you just encounter people who like mechanically ain't it. So, but it's just the way that it is right now. So I think people can do necro up to X%, but not know the mechanics at the point. Well, that's the whole problem, right? Because like I think the challenge is that people are also trying to it's hard to dictate whether or not somebody's either trying to get carried, play on an alt, hence like the whoop situation, or like just genuinely go for the clear. You know what I mean? Like you don't know anything about what's going on. You have to just literally look at a name and then just pray that they can hold the honor of like doing the mechanic or the fight or like whatever. But you don't know anything. So that's why like the anxiety is there for like a lot of people who are like getting annoyed and like crashing out over like the clear attempts, and then also, you know what I mean? Like just whatever that it is. So we say this is on our PF, but we don't actually check anybody who joined. We just pull in good faith, and if someone causes issues, they pulls in. Yeah, I mean that's the thing that I do as well. But I think that with the recent like upsurge conversation about Tombstone, like again, I took a coin, I flipped it, I lost it, and like yo, here we are. So, but I think it's also because like the fuse is like really low. You know what I mean? So. Because we've been at this fight for like what, like 2 weeks now. I mean, a week and a half maybe or something like that, right? So like, yeah, we've been here for too long already. Because my thing is that I would have cleared the tier already because the guides would have been out and like it's whatever. So, like that's what sucks about it actually. It's PF Recruiter Discord. There's like a recruitment Discord. I have it over here somewhere. It's usually like a little chocobo. Oh yeah, it's called FFXIV Recruiter. There you go. Here, I can post it for you. Here, put this. You can use this if you want to. That's a Discord that people usually use for You can either like look for groups who are looking for people, or you can host a group and look for people. You can kind of do like either way. So that Discord is pretty common in terms of people being able to like meet other people. So, and then you can also set like your kind of playstyle as well, you know, like what job you play, whether you're like hardcore, casual, blind. They also do it for like older tier stuff, for like dungeon speed runs, for like mount farming, for you know, whatever that's going on. So it is yeah, it could be anything. So anywho, yeah, my pleasure. You know what's crazy is like ever since the situation has happened, no one's joined the party. Like, yo, it's crazy. But it's like fun. Wasn't this bad last year? Well, I think also the last tier wasn't even that challenging by comparison though. I don't really think so. Because like M5 was tough. But the other thing is like I'd have to think about how the fight was in the early stages, because see, if I remember how I progged the previous tiers, I can give you like an estimate, but I don't even remember because like it was already like so long ago. So like tier 1, I feel like Black Cat was like, I don't think I even cleared Black Cat week 1 because like people were trying to content and like it was just challenging. But I don't remember because I think that like Mauser was like a tough mechanic, I think, for Party Finder, like the second one with the clone thing. What was the other mechanic that happened during that part? The tile mechanic was kind of like challenging for some people, but people were just immediately ready to do the invuln strat for the raining cats and dogs, but other people were just like, oh, let's just like go clear the fight and like whatever, you know what I mean? So that was another situation. And M2 was the tough one because the amount of people who ate hearts and then get infatuated and then buff up the damage and then the healing for the situation with the party and like whatever that it was, like it was insane how many people would get replaced for that. So, but again, I don't remember how often it happens. Like I know for sure that I just disbanded parties because people would die during Alarm Pheromones 1 and the tile mechanic, but I really don't remember. So, and then M3 was like Fuse Field and like Final Fuse Down memes for sure. But even still too, like once you got past Fuse Field though, like if you were going for the clear and trying to see like fire a foe and you couldn't do it because people were dying to Fuse Field, then like same thing, you just replace the person. But by that time I joined the static and it was like a chill-ish situation. And then M4 wasn't that bad. It took a minute for people to figure out Witch Hunt, but after Witch Hunt it was kind of like just whatever. So 5 through 8 was interesting because I was also in a static for 5 through 8. And I was in that static for like I think the majority of the fight of the tier, rather, I would say. Like I think I stuck with them until like the beginning of M8, I want to say, or middle of M8, some of that. But like I was already re-clearing like way ahead of them. So, and then that static was like changing a lot as well, like members wise, which was like whatever. But yeah, and then I just ended up like I cleared it. Like I feel like I cleared the second tier early enough to the point that I was like, oh, whatever. Because then whenever they released the live letter and then they confirmed that there wasn't an ultimate, I was already like, okay, cool, I'm not doing this anymore. Like, or I got my mount and like my Gunbreak weapons, and I was like, I'm done. So for anyone that's coming into the content, do you think that it would be hard for people to do it with? Yes, I think that especially in the early phases as well, because I think the challenge right now with Party Finder is actually just finding people who are, again, like not lying about their progression and their ability to do the fights from start to finish. There's just too many factors that are coming into place right now that we've had dealt with in the past, but those factors were more frequently hidden than other scenarios. So like, for example, the whole like tombstone thing, like I think they said that we got it like last year, right? I don't even like remember when that came into place. Like that's the other thing too. So And again, like I never even bothered to look at any. I don't ever like really check people's whatevers. You know what I mean? Like it really is whatever to me. So, but again, like the expansion has been really focused on having people like just cheat their way through as much as possible through mechanics in terms of like getting to the end. And it wasn't just with like Savage Raids either. It's been with Trials and Ultimates as well. Tome something? Yeah, it's the website that you can use to see how far somebody is into a fight. Which is why the whole like thing that just happened right now where we joined the party and then we disbanded because I kicked the person who was on an alt, like that website's way too strong. And it's unfortunate that like people rely on it more often than they ever have before. Sometimes getting information like that is just like too much information. Like I actually, like I shot myself in the foot by relying on that website for 30 seconds, you know? So unfortunately you just gotta like, again, there's like an honor, I guess, if anything. But that's the thing though, is that like, there really isn't like an honor in the game because like I said, people will just, you know, do whatever that they can mechanically to like try and just clear content, you know. Hi Jeannie, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well today and happy Friday, you know. So yeah, because anybody will, you know, there's plugins, there's mods, there's cheats. Everyone uses whatever resource that they possibly can to like clear the content, and no one's actually like a, you know, like maintain like an honor to do content. Like everybody's cheating, even if it's like a small little thing. Like everybody uses something, you know what I mean? And I think that sucks because some of the content in the game is actually very difficult if you were to try and go in with like nothing, but everybody goes in with something. But what's crazy is that people go in with all the things, but they still can't do the content. Like, you know what I mean? That's what the crazy part is though. What's up, Nas? How's it going, brother? How you doing today? Happy New Year, homie, and Merry Christmas. Hope you're doing well today, and hope all is right on your side, you know. So, like, I played the game for 10 years before I realized that everybody was freaking cheating. And then it was like a, whoops, it was like a situation where it's like, hey man, look, at this point you got to just try to ignore it as much as possible, which sucks because you really sort of kind of can't. I thought that I could, but it's just hard to imagine that people are playing the game like it's, you know, the only way you can possibly play this game, even I don't even know if it's true or not, but like if you literally play on like an Xbox or a PlayStation, the only way you can like, you meant cheating. People have like a dude, there's so many things that you can use in this game. You know how sometimes like an AoE will appear on the ground but you can't see it? There's a cheat that lets you like just see it automatically before it even comes out. Or like, for example, let's say like the here, I'll show you like I'll just use this this area like an example. Let's say like, for example, like 1 is north, right? And then like, you know, 2 is east, 3 is south, 4 is west. The boss will either do a cone attack that'll hit one of those numbers, but you're not going to know what the telegraph is until the cast is like at the halfway point. People already know where it's going before the cast even comes out. Like that's how bad it is. So in case you gotta like use your eyes and wait for the thing to appear, you're kind of like, okay, is it gonna go to 1, 2, 3, or 4? Somebody's already over here because like it's gonna hit 4. Like they already know where it is. Yeah. And also like if I hold okay, if I hold L1 and press forward or up on my stick, I can zoom in, right? This is how far zoom in I can go. If I hold down, this is how far I can zoom out. And I don't have an ultra wide monitor, right? I have like a regular like whatever monitor. There's a way that you can go even further beyond this current. This is the farthest you can go with the camera angle in the game. The farthest. You can't go any further than this. And with like a camera mod, you can go even further out. You can zoom out even more so, which is kind of like unfair because like you can you know, you can see more things you can see if you don't have that on, or have it if you're like using it. You know what I mean? It's fun out of it. I mean, I think so. There's also people who just play the game by like just AFKing. You know, they you know, they take their mouse, they click on a button, and then like it automatically just starts doing everything for them, where they press all these buttons and they do all their damage and whatever. You know what I mean? Like that's another thing too, because who was it? Yama was playing, I think it was in T, right? They had like a Pigmancer who couldn't cast like their motif because they would cancel it every like 2 seconds or something because they're trying to get into position. Because you know, like the robot's not perfect, so like when you have like a robot thing trying to do the fight for you, like sometimes it just has like a little like hiccup in the process, right? So, and like a lot of players are, you know what the craziest part is too? People have already cleared the tier by using that program. I don't know what it's called, but like, you know, people have already done it. I know that they have, because like you have to just assume that it's just out there. And like, yeah, like same thing, you know, like if you play a job like let's say you let's say you go like white mage, like see this circle, like let's say that this is an AoE that's going to come up from the boss, you know what I mean? Before this even appears, a player can see it. That way they just know where to stand and like avoid the whatever and like dodge the attack, whatever that it is, you know what I mean? Or better or worse off, the attack doesn't even have like a visual appearance, like you don't know how big it is, but there's a program that will tell you exactly how large it is, so you just know exactly how to like avoid it. So like that's how bad some of these like programs are, unfortunately. So I have to tell you, I was talking to my one buddy, says that he's been playing FF14 solo for years, so he can. Oh, that's awesome. Hey, if you ever decide to, you know, if you ever get like an interest in playing 14, definitely like you know, I say give it a shot and see how you feel, because committing and playing like an MMO is like a lot, you know. So yeah, if you ever have any questions, you know, let me know. Still getting people? Dude. I mean, hey, look, man. There's only so many times I can say I'm sorry for like the thing, you know what I mean? So bringing you in Discord and maybe regret it, chance off for asking questions. No, there's no. You're never gonna like be in a situation where like you ask too many questions, you know what I mean? Like it's okay. You can ask as many questions as you need to, as long as it helps clarify the situation. So. Oh. Are Dark Knights usually hot main or side tank, or is it 50-50? Basically, whatever the two things are in the mood for? I would say it's 50-50. Also, hi, Zonic. I would say it's 50-50. I think it's more common that a Dark Knight plays off tank, but you can absolutely be Dark Knight and play main tank. In my mind, it kind of depends on like how the job operates, because it depends on the fight as well. Like in like Savage Raiding and like in Trials, it's really like whatever you want. But in Ultimates, I would say it depends, because usually in Ultimates, it will depend on the timing of the fight and how you like execute the fight. Because realistically, a good example of this is like in the newest Ultimate, right? So you can be like a main tank Dark Knight and like it's totally fine. But after the third phase and fourth phase, there is a very specific order in which tank uses invuln, depending on like what they're dealing with mechanically. So you want to make sure that you just adhere to that situation. But otherwise, like, no, it doesn't matter. I've played Dark Knight main tank like plenty of times. I think Dark Knight's actually like a very good main tank, but people think it's a good off tank. I think Warrior's a good off tank, but everyone thinks it's a good main tank. So, yeah. 1 second. Yeah, you're welcome. I'm being informed that people are watching Whoops' stream and they're like, "Oh, look, he still hasn't filled." Bruh, it's okay. Session the bad guy now? Yeah, apparently. It took like 5 seconds and a bad call to become like the instant villain. I mean, his fan base is much higher than mine, so I'm not gonna I can't really like counter argue it. So, but hey, look, like I said, took an assumption, you know. Is that my bad?
Wait,
yeah.
oh yes, wait a minute, Mr. Postman.
Could just go hit him with a tiny my bad. I mean, I guess I could, but also like, am I doing like the good? I mean, I guess I can just squish that beef if anything. Worst case scenario, I guess too. So, sure, I'll take it. I mean, if I get banned from the stream, then that's like a worst case scenario. You know what I mean? Yeah, sure. I don't really mind. It doesn't do me any harm. Hey, my bad before. I didn't. I've been in PF for ages. I don't mind. Honestly, I probably shouldn't even do that. I don't know. I'm not even sure if I want to do that. What I miss? Apparently, I kicked Whoops' ult, and now everybody is watching his stream and like clowning at me for the situation. You know what I mean? So, because like he joined on an ult, and I don't know who he is because like, I don't watch World's First Raiders because like they do content ahead of me. So like, I kicked him not knowing that he hadn't actually like done the content with that character. So I was like, oh. So, apparently. He like blacklisted me on stream, and then people from his chat came to my stream, and they're probably watching right now, and like they were like, "Oh, you know," like I'm sure somebody's watching like and like reverberating like, "Oh yeah, like he still hasn't filled." Yo, it's whatever. I don't watch World First Raiders, so I have no idea. So you just wait. I mean, whatever, chilling. Worst case scenario, bro's blasting you? Yeah. I mean, I think he did in the moment. I mean, I don't think he's like necessarily still like eyeing me, you know what I mean? The thing is like literally we've been in this fight for over like a week trying to clear it, and everyone's prog lying, and like I'm just trying to clear it, brother. That's the simplest thing I can tell you. It wasn't like you know, there's no hatred, there's no animosity, there's no like disgust or disdain. Like I don't think I even follow Whoops, brother. What's prog line mean? So like imagine you are at the end of the fight and you're trying to beat the boss, but somebody's like, hey, I'm also trying to beat the boss, but I've only seen halfway, right? So like prog lying is like you're just trying to like cheat the system a little bit to try to get to the end, but you're wasting people's time by like not doing it like correctly, you know, because like you haven't actually like done the mechanics or whatever. So people prog lie all the time in Party Finder because sometimes they need like the help to see the end while they're still practicing like the beginning. So there's a website, unfortunately, that lets you see how far people are in fights, which is bad because it literally caused like a massive crash out for a lot of people, basically. Yeah. So like imagine you're trying to get to mechanic 10, but you've only ever seen mechanic 4. So like what you normally do is you practice mechanics 1 through 9 so that you can see mechanic 10, and then if mechanic 10 is the last mechanic, then you try and kill the boss. But if people don't actually know how to do mechanics like 3 through 8, then you're just not going to see mechanic 10 because like the person's going to die all the time and they'll probably kill the whole party, and like it's not fun, you know. So prog lying is when you basically tell people like, hey, I know how to do mechanics 1 through 7, but you're lying because you only know how to do like 1 through 4. So again, I don't, it's I'm not like here to cause drama, brother. It's whatever, me personally. So how long ago was this? I don't know, like 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago. How long has the PF been up? Like 30 minutes ago. We filled, I joined, he was watching a cutscene. Someone said I took a gamble, checked the passport, it's at 100%, and I was like, oh, maybe he's just new, and then I just kicked him, and then that was it. Like I didn't go look anything up. I was like, oh, because like people join fresh for clear parties like all the time, you know. So like I would have had like no idea that it was his alt. So yeah. And then he blacklisted me on his stream and then told everybody, and then his viewers came to my stream and they were like, that was Whoops, by the way. And I was like, oh really? I had no idea. You can come back. But then they were like, no, he blacklisted you and then he clowned you for it. And I was like, okay, my bad. That's all. Took the gamble with the state of PF prog lines, but because of the end. Yeah, exactly. That's all that it is. Yeah, just my bad moment. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't really know if I want to go over there and be like, yo, my bad, or just like sit here and like just deal with it. You know what I mean? I love the reaction. Well, like, what am I gonna do? You know, I'm not gonna like cause like a scene. It was like a bad call. Everyone has moments like all the time, you know. Like I don't know these people. I'm just a streamer, bro. And like I play 14. That's it. I don't think that I'm like anybody special. Although like I appreciate everybody for like hanging out with me. But like this is gonna become like a sad stream, you know what I mean? Because like we're sitting here trying to like content, and at this point I might as well as go join like a practice thing because like or maybe I can't because then maybe my people might be like, oh look, it's the guy who kicked Whoops, and then you know it becomes like a whole scene. So like I'm not in the process of trying to like do it just to him later to draw attention to the thing. It ain't causing a scene, just I am my bad. I had hard second PF last week. You know what? I'm gonna literally just copy that and paste it and see what happens. Let's see what happens. Whatever happens, happens, brother. I mean, of course, yeah. We'll see. Yeah, he might blacklist me or ban me or whatever. Yeah, whatever. If he gets crazy, blame it on me. I don't care. It doesn't do anything for me, brother. I do think saying my bad is being bigger man than situation. Yeah. Like I said, I had no idea, bro. Like I said, it's not like a big deal. I simply had no idea. So. And also, but I mean, like, I literally pulled up and then they wiped. So, like, does it help? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Yeah, whatever. If they think they do it, they don't. Like I said, I'm not losing like hair over it. So I don't mind sitting here the whole time and waiting for a PF to fill, or just going to go join like another party and like a content thing. You know what I mean? So, Moon, hi Moon. Thank you for the raid. How's it going today? How you doing today? Welcome. It's a Moonbloom raid? W Moonbloom raid. Alright. I got nothing out of it, so like it's gone. I'll just close the stream again. I think it's a silly, not a big deal situation. Anticipating a couple hours or something. Yeah. I'm not about to end up being famous for kicking like a world first raider. Like, yo, it's whatever. I'm not even gonna like remember this either. Like it's gonna be gone by the end of the day in my mind, so like, yeah, whatever. But yeah. I'm not here to cause drama, brother. I'm already here to just play the game. You kicked who? Oh, I mean, if you know who the world first raider Whoops is, He's on an alt currently in Party Finder streaming live, and I guess like I kicked him because he's on an alt, and I had no idea. And then like we've been here for like a half hour, like, waiting to join. Like, yeah, whatever. I had no idea. I apologize, and now we simply wait. So yeah, I don't know. I don't watch World First Raiders because like it's a spoiler thing, you know. You do know, whoops. Oh, there you go. Doing Enrage and Parts for M12 are pure gotcha. Is that what's happening? Okay, how's it going today? Hopefully he kind of like cleans up, you know what I mean? I'd like to see M12, but I mean, I'm also like not really going through like a thing, you know what I mean? But yeah. Did you say whoops after kicking him? No, that's funny, but I mean, that's funny though. I give credibility to that though. That's really funny. No, I didn't know who it was. Like I don't assume anything with like a you know, like I don't know anybody. Go to bed. That's really funny actually. Blasphemous. What's going on? Yeah. Isn't whoops actually like named with like an H though, right? I don't know. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Hope you're doing well today. You want to clear M11 until should be fast to clear? Honestly, I here's my thing though about M12, because again, I don't know anything about the fight, so I have no spoilers, and I don't want necessarily spoilers if I can try to avoid it for as much as possible. But what I understood is that with a guide, the fight's probably not that bad, you know? Like, I think so like, okay, when I progged M9, we got to like Hell in a Cell blind, so even like M9 wasn't that bad, you know? M10 was hard blind. We couldn't figure out the way how the cleaving worked with the fire thingy, so it was crazy actually. But M10 was like a lot. And then M11, we got to the end of ultimate trophy weapons, which I think is the wind mechanic, right? When you get to the wind at the very end. And then that was what we called it. Like we didn't raid the entire day. We like did like an hour. So, but yeah. But the thing is, like once I looked up a guide, I was like, oh, like you really don't. There's not that much to really deal with. So it's like not like the worst. It's like a big deal. You know what I mean? So, but like once I looked up a guide, I was like, okay, like M9 makes sense. It's easy. Like I got it. M10, okay, cool, I got it. You know, like M11, same thing. Once I looked at a guide, I was like, okay, I got it. I still have to figure out like the meteor and the timing and the dodging and that whole spiel. But I didn't have like a definitive answer, you know what I mean? So it's not like I look at a guy and I instantly go, okay, fight's easy. It's more so it's like, okay, cool, I understand it, and it would be a lot easier to go through it now that I know what to do versus trying to figure it out like on my own. If I was blinding this, man, I'd probably still be stuck at 10. So it'd be a lot actually. So yeah, using blue quest, do a W blue quest. Nice. Have a blanket on? No, this is my robe. I'm just wearing it like a blanket because it's like cold in my house actually. So yeah. I mean, my side took more time. Oh, more time with 11 compared to 12. Yeah, I mean, I can understand that though. So in my mind, like, I think I would have had an extremely, because I think also PF, right? Not PF, sorry. Didn't week 1 raid World First Raiders have like took like a couple hours to try and clear M11? I think so, right? I don't actually know though, but I'm under the impression that like M11 was kind of a pain to go through, especially because of the tower mechanic and probably the meteor mechanic. But otherwise, I don't think it was necessarily too bad, right? So, is there anything else? But yeah, like a guide helps out a lot. So I think what I'll try and do is, with M12, I'll try and commit again, you know, I'll get like the blind video, we'll try to do the reaction, have like the fun, blah, blah, blah. But then once we're done with that, I'll probably just look at a guide, and I feel like, once again, like the guide will make the mechanics. What's up, Trey? Mechanically, the guide should help really speed run through the process versus doing it blind, is what I'll say. So, I'm pretty sure it'll be like that though, so. That's a rating. Good luck, Trey. Have fun, brother. Thank you. So yeah. Because I feel like once a guide comes out, the mechanics become easier just because like you get to actually see what to do step-by-step process-wise without even going into the fight. So like I did that with meteors, and oh no, not meteors, the tower split, the arena split. I was like, oh okay, you go here, do this, go there, and then I was like, okay, cool, I understand it. I gotta just get the timing down and like go in and go see it. But then we can't see it because people die to the weapons, right? Which is like unfortunate. So yeah, like, I don't think 11 is actually that hard of a fight now that I've actually done the fight. Like people were saying that 11 is like much harder than like 3 and 7, and in my mind, small hot take maybe, but I think 11 is easier than 7, just a little bit. But Party Finder experience though is a different story. Like PF definitely is having a hard time with 11. Yeah, I think PF is actually what's making 11 like a hard fight, not the actual fight itself. I think that yeah, I think that 11 is actually not that bad. So gee, I think 11 isn't bad. The thing that makes it difficult is orbital omen, and the arena split solely for the orbital because it dodges and how easy it is to die. That, but also the problem is like what I've realized as well is if like let's say the fizz range dies, right? If the fizz range dies and the shield healer goes for the res, then like it's over. Because like the pure healer has to revive them, especially when the arena splits. Because like if you split it 5 and 3, like it's just not going to be possible. You know what I mean? So I think that one problem that people are also encountering is that too. Like everyone's immediate reaction as a healer is to just like go for the res. But if you res on the wrong side, you can't fix it. So you have to like, yeah, you have to like force an LB3 situation, whether it's tank or healer, because someone's on the wrong side of like the res, whatever, which sucks, unfortunately. So yeah, but like it is what it is, unfortunately. You know, again, it's just a matter of having 11 in PF be like figured out basically. So, but it's tough though. So in 11, since gear is still low, the DPS check is pretty tight, even if everyone does everything correctly. Yeah, I mean that's the thing though, right? It's because like what's happening in M11 is the exact same thing that's happening in M7. You have to LB3 with melees, do it during triple Tyranna, Meteor, Mechanic, whatever that it is, right? Then you rip the LB before the Meteor cast goes off, you run to the back of the corner wall, then you come back in, then you keep on doing your damage, whatever. Then you get knocked up and you pot and you burst, and then you just hope that it dies. And then you hopefully have to like do the LB again at the very end. And like, yeah, fingers crossed. You know, eventually people will not need to LB3, but right now it's like a requirement. If you healer or tank LB3, in my mind at that point in time, it's just unclearable, I think. But it's not because like it's actually unclearable. I think it's because the party finder, like you just have to expect that people don't do good damage, unfortunately. Because I mean, you know, it's kind of like a dime a dozen when you find like a DPSer who like knows how to like DPS. So, you girl, thank you for the stream streak. Thank you. Happy Friday. Welcome on in. People think there's LB3, then LB2. I don't know. I've seen LB3 during the Meteor mechanic at the very, very end, or I've seen it after the Meteor mechanic before the knockup. I've seen both of those situations, but you can LB3 at any point in time during one of those two mechanics, basically. I don't know how much gauge you have at the end of the fight. I'm assuming it's LB2. If you use it like that early, because you can. So I think I watched I think it was Xenos' clear video actually. I got like a POV of his thing to see what it looked like from the like what the tank does with the how to like quickly read the tower mechanic, and then the taking the thing cardinal or clockwise, whatever, and then how they soak the towers at the end with Heartbreak. And then I'm pretty sure a melee uses LB, and I'm not pretty sure, but I think it was LB2. So I think that's what you do in the process. So I don't know. But here, let me just like knock this up real quick. But like yeah. Because also the thing is that people have gotten like damage downs, and before Flatliner like kicks off, like the boss is under like 48%. I've seen that too. So like I really think that the challenge of PF right now is simply just being able to do like your damage. People just don't know how to really uptime or optimize the fight right now, which I think is like part of the challenge as well, why the fight's like so difficult. So anywho, but yeah, whoops is part of the meme. The tank's just, that's how a tank buster works. Hey, look. RP. So yeah, the tanks are also kind of like, you know, yeah, that's what it is. I'm sorry that his group didn't get the clear. Again, I'm not over here being petty. I don't care. Like, it's whatever, dog. Wait. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Chance to clear before whoops. No. Hey, look, he cleared week 1, alright? So, or day 1 even. I don't even got like a. I'm not about to start sitting here comparing, brother. I'm just trying to get some practice in and then just try and go for the clear. So. Are you the guy that kicked? Yes. What's up? Imagine, actually. To be honest, rotation practice was a mentality yesterday. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing, though, you know? Like, what was it? Was it yesterday, I think? Like, yesterday, I didn't even care about clearing. I just wanted to figure out my rotation with the 2-minute after the first burst window, because I had no clue. Like, I actually sat there thinking to myself, like, yo, where's this cartridge going? Where's it coming from? And I did not understand it at all. And then I finally was like, oh, you know? So, like, eventually, it just kind of, like, it just clicked. I tried a thing and then it worked and I was like, okay, cool. This is what we do. And then in my head I was like, okay, cool. Now I definitely, like, I got it. Now am I gonna still execute it, like, perfectly? Like, of course not. But, like, yeah, we try. So. Good dancer. Good dancer. How dare you not do it perfectly every single time, bro? Yo, listen, man. Human error, you know what I mean?
At long last, the decisive match against the grand champion!
I'm sorry, I'm trying.
And seize the tyrant's throne.
No, anyways.
First, I shall take your measure. Show me your footwork.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched!
Behold, the essence of martial must. There is much more to come.
Thank you for the cardigan.
Can they recover from this? Oh, the challenger's holding their own.
It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself.
For 5 points this
so-
party? You don't want to know the answer to that. You don't want to know the answer to that. We go back in. Let's just go back in. Bad pull. Hoping I re-spit her further. Ooh. It's a clear party. Yikes.
At long last, the decisive
Oh.
match against
I told
the
you didn't want to know.
champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne?
Yeah.
First, I shall take your measure.
I never mentioned Ritual because nobody can do ultimate weapons for some reason. I mean, we can't even do Assault
Show me
Evolve.
your footwork.
So, I mean, like, hey. You usually gotta, like, you know, deal with it as much as you can.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched!
Behold, the essence of martial mastery.
Oh. I thought he was gonna turn towards Southwest.
There
didn't
is
do that.
much more to come.
Oh, the challenger's holding their own.
It has been a long time since
Oh,
I've enjoyed myself so.
I think I'm doing it too early now. I had it and now I don't have it. I think I saw Chilling Pizza Let's Play 1 in this fight, so I'm not sure if it's because this fight is so new because everyone's got it way worse. My genuine response to that is that I think that people just refuse to figure out how to optimize their stuff when they progress the fights. So no one's actively trying to figure out how to do the fight while also optimizing their rotation, and I think that's what's causing a lot of folks to just, because I think there's a common habit. Okay, so for example, in like Party Finder with trials, people will just try to like brute force.
Holding back.
You know, people try to just brute force mechanics, which I think is like really bad actually. Like you can reach and rage and clear the fight in a trial because the DPS check is kind of like whatever. But the problem with that is, of course, is that like people don't actively try to figure out how to optimize their stuff. So then you just kind of assume that, oh yeah, like my party will carry me over to the end of the fight because like they can do it, even though I can, but I'll get there with some practice or like whatever that it is. So, but no, yeah, people just don't. People do this fight without practicing the optimization. And I think that's what's defeating a lot of people. So.
My reign is absolute. I will not lose.
Because like people are gonna get damage downs and they're gonna get like attacks and not do the mechanic correctly. That guy just LB2'd. Is that even like a good thing? Can you even LB2 that without it being weird? That's just who knows. I mean, listen. Your guess is as good as I am because I've never seen that before, so I have no idea. But yeah, exactly. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe we'll get LB2 at the end, you know, and then it actually works.
Another attack evaded with a bomb.
Know the folly of challenging me unenhanced.
Pretty sure I have when talking on M11S was the offensive rotation during medias and tethers due to this mechanic being so late in the fight. Yeah, you know. And that also makes like a lot of sense actually. I think this is the hardest. I think that this mechanic and the next one are the hardest ones in the fight. And this is the part where, because here's the thing, right? Like, you don't really get enough time to practice and optimize this mechanic. And I think that's the problem. So, like, you don't really get an opportunity to practice this. So, yeah, like, you're bound to run into situations where people don't mechanically optimize things, and like it can get kind of hectic, you know. Oh, I was like, where's my other person at? Okay, actually. That sucks too because like I don't think that this is gonna be like well resable basically. Cool. I tried so hard to press LB3 and I couldn't. Or not LB3, just LB in general. So. Okay. Gotta go back. Unfinished Bowser story? Nice. How'd you enjoy it?
Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne?
First, I shall take your measure.
It's okay. Yeah, fair enough. Thank you.
Show me your foot.
I'm over here reading something on the side. 1 second. Okay. FF14 does love the redemption arcs. You know, it works. Can't knock it.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched!
Behold, the essence of martial mastery.
I mean, who doesn't love like a good redemption arc? Though? You know what I mean?
Oh, the challenger's holding their own.
Shoot. I pressed one button.
It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself so.
I would prefer if there wasn't one for Baja.
How about this?
I mean, I don't know. You know what's funny though? I don't even like think or like I don't really think about like redemption stories or whatever. I just kind of like do the story and then either like it or don't like it. But 14 doesn't often do stories bad for me personally to be like whether I enjoy it or not. I just kind of like
Oh, it's tyranny time,
You know,
folks.
either I like it or I don't. Yeah. But also I like Dawn Trail. You know what I'm saying? So you know maybe yeah. You have an opinion? I mean, I don't know. People like. I think it's okay to like to say whatever that it is, you know.
Prepare yourself, unenhanced warrior.
I beg your pardon. What is he going to do with all those weapons? Such ferocity! The champion is ruthless indeed!
My reign is absolute. I will not lose.
I want to say more if I. Oh, sorry. I do it. My bad. I think she had a valid point of her homeland not having a place for her, but then she goes and does the thing at the end. Oh, I see. Yeah. Hey, listen, you know, people got their reasons, so. Okay, so that wasn't like a mistake. They actually like press that button. So. There's got to be some tech that I'm not aware of.
A direct hit, but they're still standing.
Know the folly of challenging me unenhanced.
My gosh, where are these meteors coming from, dude? Man, this is cursed.
And they're down. Can they recover from this?
Does your new disc come with the wire hides and the ties? I don't know. I haven't even opened the box yet. Like the box is just sitting in my kitchen still. So I haven't even. I'm gonna open it tomorrow, and then I'll probably open it in like the early afternoon, basically. So yeah. I don't know if I thought I was being sexist in the ruin. I don't know. I'll have to like check it. Hi, Yummy.
At long last, the decisive match against the Grand Champion! Will the challenger triumph?
We
and
retconned
seize the
into a
title
Rothgal, but you know, I look as well. You have an evil woman too. They can't all be Merriman Brito. There aren't enough Row women characters, I think, that are seen on. I mean, it's not. I mean, I don't know. I never even like think about it honestly. I just like look at the character and I'm either like cool or like, you know, nah. But I don't know. I would almost want to do that. I almost prefer having like there being more like, I guess, Highlanders, but I mean, who's gonna actually want more Highlanders? I don't know.
Absolute brutality. The champion's power is unmatched.
But I like my character, so it's not like I really don't care.
The essence of martial must.
What's like the favorited like race that people would like for characters to become? You know what I mean? Like if your Stola wasn't like a cat girl, you know, like would people be okay with that? I guess it wouldn't really matter because like they're just already used to it. So.
The challengers holding their own.
It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself so. How about this?
That's from before, not many. Yeah, you know. But things do as I'm assuming we'll have a real subject extension 8.0. Hey. Honestly, if that does become a true scenario, that'll be really cool. Again, I'm like really not like too attentive to it. Like if it, you know, whatever works. So
Anytime, folks. He knows no mercy, and he'll
my
never
thought process is like, if you know, right? But I was like, Aura of all races, I was kind of like, hey, yeah. So where's my mouse at? There it is.
No more holding back. Prepare yourself, unenhanced warrior.
I beg your pardon. What is he going to do with all those weapons? Such ferocity! The champion is ruthless indeed!
My reign is absolute. I will not lose.
The tyrant altered his form. He looked even more tyrannical than before.
Hope it means Row Kids. I want to see if they're going to release as ephemera. Oh, that'd be really funny, actually. Heading to bed. Good luck with the fight. Good to see you, Naz. Thank you as always for hanging out, brother. Take care, rest well, and hopefully we'll see you again in the future, you know? Take care, take care. That hit me. Oh, I didn't hit me. Oh, I lied to you.
A direct hit, but there's still
I should have gotten hit by that. I'm not gonna lie.
Know the folly of challenging me unenhanced.
Can't get the hit in, Bree.
What a display of power! He's unleashed the full might of the behemoth!
Now, fall!
Oh, he split the ring in half. Going to need urgent repairs. Who knew they'd been felled with a vengeance? And they're back in action. Can they turn the tide? And they're down. Can they recover from this?
Oh, he already refunded this. You know what was crazy though? That was a really good call. Oh shit. That's okay though. Sorta.
And now he's thrown the ring. What absurd strength!
I kind of assumed that it was going to be like a bad idea.
At long last, the decisive match against a grand champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne?
First, I shall take your measure. Show me your footwork.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched!
Behold, the essence of martial
I don't have my sprint up for the next thing, I think, so. We'll see how this goes.
There is much more to come.
Oh my god.
Oh, the challenger's holding their own.
It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself so. How about this?
I'm now doing something. Oh, you know what? I actually just commit to the combo, I think. That's what it is. Okay.
Oh, it's tyranny time, folks. He knows no mercy, and he's never tasted duckies.
So what I'll be doing in this instance, maintaining second aggro and then just making sure that they do the same mechanic that the main tank does, but yeah, they gotta just monitor the, I would say like monitoring the main tank just to make sure that they don't die. That's all. That being said though, as a main tank though, I don't really do anything that much different than the off tank does, so it sounds like my job is harder. I mean, it's harder in terms of this mechanic only, but otherwise like that's as far as it goes. Because I have the furthest position between all the other roles at that point.
Such ferocity! The champion is ruthless indeed!
My reign is absolute. I will not lose.
The tyrant altered his form! He looked even more tyrannical than before!
So yeah. Pain. Well, the caster said nope. R.I.P. Bray. I mean, all right, I'll just give it like a moment. Just joined an arena split party and we saw it twice in a lockout. That's like way too long to see it, honestly. I'm sorry. Yo, that is pain though. Oh wait. Okay. Never mind. Good talk. That was good timing. I just said because there's no other good parties up, everything's just a clear party. Oh, I mean, I don't even blame you, honestly. That's what my party is too, but we didn't even get to see past the, what, the stack marker? We saw it once, I think, at the end of the arena split, which is like crazy actually, so. Hey, back up we go. My dearest Unk, I believe in you. You will clear. Go get the win. Thanks, Gucci. I appreciate it. Hey, fingers crossed, you know what I mean? Hey, we'll see what happens. The damage that I had in that last party was like pretty decent, so like fingers crossed that the people like know what they're doing. So, and I'm playing pretty well myself at the moment, but I gotta just figure out, you know, some small stuff. How's the update? The patch is going great, honestly. I love the patch a lot. The rating is really, really fun, and the content's really cool. Trying to clear the savage versions is going to be very challenging, of course. So that's all that the boils down to. It's just finding people who actually are ready to do the fight. And a lot of it too is like we spend a lot of time just kind of like in the waiting room, you know. You like need people to join and like be ready to do the content and like mechanics and the whole spiel. Otherwise, though, I want to say next week or the week after, we should be getting the 0.1 update, I believe, and then that'll release the relic step, I think. Oh no, the moon. I think, and the variant dungeon, or is variant dungeon 0.5? I don't actually know. It's one of those two, but like yeah. So there's still more content to come out for sure. The Criterion and the variant dungeon will be a lot of fun when we get to that point. Like for sure. So yeah, moon and relic. Oh, they're both coming out in 0.41. Oh, okay. All right, that's fire. Okay. I kind of figured as much. Okay. Probably answered this already, but old gun or new gun? Did I? I don't know. Old? I don't know. You mean the weapon I have? I mean, the weapon I have right now is old. This is the old raid weapon. If that answers your question. Yeah. I'm using the 765 weapon. Yo, that's a hilarious name, bro. Whatever. How about the changes? Oh, the gunbreaker changes. Oh, my bad. Overall, I will say that I like the changes. Yeah, I'd wager I like them. I will say also though that I do miss old gunbreaker just like a hair. So because the setup for doing like your burst window and stuff like that, like it's not that much different, but like it's fine. Like gunbreaker is still like the strongest tank in the game, as it should be, which is cool. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really think the changes were like too drastic. It was a rework for sure. But yeah, in my mind, for now at least, I'm under the impression that the current rework for a lot of the jobs that we've gotten over the course of the expansion is just like a temporary placeholder for whatever they got cooking up in the 8.0 expansion. So I don't think that this version of Gunbreaker will stick basically when we get to 8.0. If it does, that's fine, but I'm not under the impression that it will. In a bad time? I mean, I wouldn't say. I mean, I guess it's not a good day. if we're like being if we're thinking about the entire perspective of the stream so far. I'm honestly just chilling though. Like I'm not I made it very clear to myself as well at the beginning of stream that like I wasn't gonna crash out over like going for the clear. I'm gonna just simply try and go for the clear. So we just hit in party finder E. It's like whatever. And then everyone's kind of like people are being English please. People are being relatively sweet because of like I guess the discrepancy that I had like an hour ago, which is like yo, it's whatever. E. I got like 4 different people being like, hey, are you okay? And I'm like, no, I'm chilling. Like it's fine. So but otherwise, yeah, we're just chilling. I'm here. I'm just waiting for the party finder to fill and like try and go for the clear, you know? So week 2. Yes. I blanked out for a minute. Yeah, this is currently week 2. Which like I'm further into the fight than I think I should be right now. For all things considered. I feel like I should still be progging in like trying to clear at least progging the end of like M10, but I'm at the end of M11, so like I'm much farther than I feel like I normally am, so
Hello there.
oh my gosh, Feels, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. I did help my boyfriend has his free days, so he was helping me. I'm trying to catch up with your VODs, and I've been missing out a lot. One of your runs of Velig Armando finally got my ass into clearing it. Yo, that's great. It's actually hardest tier. No, not even like by a mile. No, no shot. Top 5, but definitely not the hardest one. I would wager Eden's. But yeah, I mean, I think honestly, if you can get if you can like farm Belly Garmonde, get the wings, you know, that'd be kind of fire actually. And then so, and of course, there's more wings to farm for sure. Once we reach a point where we're like relatively done with like the raids here, or like kind of like at that point, I would love to go back and raid and or no, go back into the trial and get more wings. So. Oops. Missing a pure healer? I feel like pure healer is usually the one that feels like the quicker out of the two. But like alas. One second. Hi, Axel. Hi, Pink Friend. How are you doing today? For sure, I'm probably going to be joining wing farm parties from now on, just pray I don't make too many mistakes. I mean, I feel like now at this point with how far we are into the expansion, you simply just like try and do your best, you know? So we're just chill. You just chill. Once we move back home, W move back, you know? How's that going for you? How goes it? We're chilling. We're just waiting in the party finder. You know what I mean? Just waiting in PF until we can like try and go back in there. So we're waiting for like a pure healer to try and clear 11.
Alan! 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 Al! Alan!
So that's funny. It wins him? Yeah. It happens. It's like whatever. Wait, I didn't read that correctly. Sess, did I should you what I was given for my birthday? No, you didn't, but you should absolutely show, you know what I mean? Show and tell, of course, is always fun. I had to like read that twice in my head. I was like, wait, what? Oh, here we go. Ooh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's like a giant button. I love the Pushinda on the back. That's super cute. What is it? What's the sound that it makes? Does it go lizard? Don't. Yeah, man. Don't do that. Or does it go like? What's the what's like that sound when like the? I don't know how to make it sound like it makes sense kind of thing. It's like when you sound like you're constipated. You usually play the sound before you leave a party or like leave like my like the Discord call. It's a Yoda scream, I think, right? When Yoda like sounds like he's dying. I think it's that one. You're gonna link it to your raise macro in FF. Oh, it's like a keybind situation. Wait, so it's like a giant cat paw emergency button. Oh my gosh, she sent me a video.
Oh my god! Oh Jesus!
Oh my god, it's like a giant button. Holy. Okay. Well. Yo, I love the tiny subtle like. That's really funny. I see. That looks really cool though. Well, the fact that you have it linked to what's gonna be a raise macro is hey. You can only with the knowledge that every time I raise someone now, yeah, I know. I feel like it's gonna be tough to understand that that's exactly what's happening. I'll try and not think about it when we play together, you know what I mean? Because the thought of if I get res, yeah, it'd be kind of hilarious actually. I could put a Twitch speaker in it. Oh, that'd be hilarious actually. Can you get like the like that little like it's like a clown boop, right? The clown nose boop sound. Yeah, that'd be hilarious actually. Oh, you get the what's the air horn sound that's in Lethal Company? That sound. That's also hilarious. The music for M11 is fitting for everyone being stuck on it. Yeah, you know, the boss is really proving his territory, you know? He's like, yo, I am a champion.
At long last,
And like this is exactly what's going on.
Grand Champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne?
First, I shall take your measure.
I really hope that there's like a metric.
Show me your footwork.
I hope that there's a metric that actually will dictate. Oh, hey guys, Yoshi P here from the Final Fantasy 14 team. I wanted to do like a cover on how many times did the party finder go into these particular fights and how many times did they wipe. You know what I mean? And then it's just like M11, like 50,000, blah 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 blah.
Absolute brutality!
That way everyone realizes that this fight was like insane, you know what I mean?
Behold, the essence of muscle.
I consider it being like a thing. M11? Yeah, literally. Like 17 septillion, 447 sextillion, 999 octil, or quintillion. I couldn't think of the number for a minute. But yeah. I mean, I will tell you this much. This is definitely like the hardest fight for Party Finder, I think, that I've experienced in a very long time.
Oh, the challenger's holding their own.
That's unfortunate. Wait, I mean, okay.
It has been a long time
M11S
since I've
6,
enjoyed
and they were all your
myself
parties.
so
I'm sorry,
together.
Sess. Hey, yo, listen. Sex Legend? He's literally Grand Champion? Oh, I know. Listen, I'm on, What's really funny, though, is that, like, if he was the final boss, like he was M12, then, like, I totally get it. But, like, he's M11. He's not even like the final boss, but he is the champion. And what's really fitting is how badly everyone is having a time fighting this boss. I think it suits a lot better than I realized, honestly. Like, people are having an immense difficult time fighting him. So, hi Spooky. At the end of the dispatch chapters, damn. Nah, I'd rather him be the hard one because then the other guy's just a lizard. I mean, you're not wrong there either, you know, but like, you know what's funny though, from what I've been understanding as well, like, he's harder than the final boss. I don't know how true that is, but I haven't even done the final boss to like really give you like an answer, but yeah.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is undead!
Behold, the essence of martial mastery. There is much more to come.
But they're dying like crazy, actually.
Who knew they'd been felled with a vengeance?
Oh boy. This is not good. They keep on clipping and overlapping each other, and it's really crazy, actually. Wolf, I was murdered in half? Yo, listen. They're not doing just, like, relative spots. Like, the tank should go south, and then the melee should just go east and west, and they're just kind of holding hands, basically. It's unfortunate.
At long last, The decisive match against the Grand Champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne?
First, I shall take your measure.
Thank you.
Show me your footwork.
Oh.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched!
Behold, the essence of martial must. There is much more to come.
Oh my gosh, no way. That guy's dead.
And they're down. Can they recover from this? And they're back in action. Can they turn the tide? Oh, the challengers holding their own.
It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself so. How about this?
I think I missed this thing again.
Oh, it's tyranny time, folks. He knows no mercy, and he's never tasted defeat.
No more holding back. Prepare yourself, unenhanced warrior.
I beg your pardon. What is he going to do with all those weapons? Such ferocity! The champion is ruthless indeed!
My reign is absolute. I will not lose.
The tyrant altered his form. He looked even more tyrannical than before. Once again, they slip beyond their opponent's reach.
Know the folly of challenging me unenhanced.
repairs.
Oh, I could do that. Okay.
And now he's thrown the ring. What absurd strength! Ahem, the ring shall presently be restored.
The power of feral souls makes the Arcadian what it is.
No.
Felled with a vengeance.
Oh. It's not enough, unfortunately. Pain. I gotta use both my cooldowns for that, apparently. Or...
Oh dear, the challenger has fallen out of the ring.
Where's my thingy? Yeah. Okay. Sucks. I don't think that my other mechanic would have actually kept it alive either, so it's unfortunate. I will... I guess I'll use both and rep and short and hopefully that keeps me in. So we'll see.
At long last, the decisive match against the Grand Champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne? First, I shall take your measure. Show me your footwork. Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched! Behold, the essence of martial mastery. There is much more to come. Oh, the challenger's holding their own. It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself so. How about this? Time, folks. He knows no mercy, and he's never tasted defeat. No more holding back. Prepare yourself. Unenhanced warrior. I beg your pardon. What is he going to do with all those weapons? Such ferocity! The champion is ruthless indeed!
My reign is absolute! I will not lose!
The tyrant altered his form! He looked even more tyrannical than before! Another attack evaded with a form.
Know the folly of challenging me unenhanced.
going to need urgent repairs. And now he's thrown the ring. What absurd strength! Ham, the ring shall presently be restored.
The power of feral souls makes the Arcadian what it is.
Who knew they'd be filled with a vengeance?
Hi Arthur, how's it going, brother? Wait. Did I go the wrong way? Was mine south or was mine north? I didn't see anybody else in my spot, so. Oh no, yeah, that's fine. Oh, gotta go back. Yeah, everyone died. I don't know. I didn't see it, so. But everyone died, unfortunately.
At long last, the decisive match against the Grand Champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne?
First, I shall take your measure. Show me your footwork.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched!
Behold, the essence of martial mastery. There is much more to come.
Oh, the challenger's holding their own.
It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself so. How about this?
Oh, it's tyranny time, folks. He knows no mercy, and he's never tasted defeat.
No more holding back. Prepare yourself, unenhanced warrior.
I beg your pardon. What is he going to do with all those weapons? Such ferocity! The champion is ruthless indeed!
My reign is absolute. I will not lose.
The tyrant altered his form. He looked even more tyrannical than before. Another attack evaded with a form.
Know the folly of challenging me unenhanced.
the full might of the behemoth!
Now, fall!
Oh, he split the ring in half. Going to need urgent repairs. Shall presently be restored.
The power of feral sounds makes the Arcadian what it is.
Why are they in the middle of it though? I'm so confused by what's happening with that party. Isn't it clockwise from the positioning of the thing? No? Yeah, it's a clear party. I don't know why, I guess whoever cleaved them was... Where's my goat? Oh, sorry. I think it got turned off in the middle of the pull. South one kept messing up. Oh, so the person who was on the other side of me at the other side. Oh, I see. Okay. I think my money is on the... I'm guessing it was a tank then or something. I've been ripped off? No. I got you. 1 second. Took my goat money. Hey, I stole. Page, brother. There you go. Oh. Oh, I see. It was apparently the Reaper. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go to the restroom. I'll be right back. The South was to go to 1? Oh yeah, no. I get it. Yeah, I understood. I was like, surely it's not me who's making a mistake. But the fact that people were not saying, they didn't even call it like a job, they were just like, yo, bro, what are you doing? Where are you going? And then they were like, everyone stay and kick that guy. And then I was like, oh, if they're trying to kick somebody, then that means that it wasn't me. So the indicator points at the fact that there was somebody else who like went the wrong way, basically. I didn't even, that's why I asked you. I was like, oh, who, like, where did it go? And then because like I think the warrior was like, oh, it's clearly who messed up. And I was like, I don't know. So then it turns out that like it was them both times. I was so concerned. I was like, yo, maybe it was me, dog. To be fair, you had someone in his chat in your party and they told you to kick them. Wait, what? I had someone in his chat in your party. Wait, what? I didn't even kick anybody. People just like left. So in that last party, how far did y'all make it? We saw the end of the stampede mechanic with the 2 in the 4-way, but apparently the Reaper was the person who kept on going the wrong way because they went clockwise, but they went clockwise of the portal, not like across clockwise. So the south person, I think it was south person, should have went to, aren't they going to 2? They're going to 2, no? Or was it the east tether going to 1? I don't know. It's something like that. But essentially, the same person made the mistake twice in a row. So I was just kind of like, oh, I don't know. I was not paying any attention to it at all. So I actually have the I have the kick VOD up. Actually, let me see if I can try to. I can't really give you like an indicator, but I mean, I think I turned my camera, so you might get like an idea of it actually. Also, I can like just full screen this. Right. So the red mage has the east one. I have north. The warrior has west, and the reaper is south, right? Oh, I kind of see it. So they should have went to 2. They went to 1. So I turn my camera, and you can already see that like the cleave. Wait, what the? There was one that went through the west side. Yeah, they went counterclockwise. But also, what also no? Because like how does one go through the Oh. Isn't that the red mage right there? Oh no. It is the Reaper. The Reaper went, yeah, the Reaper also went to 1. That's what happened. Okay. So yeah, the Reaper and red mage both went to 1, and then that's what caused it. So yeah, he should have went to 2, but he went to 1. Tether fun. I am just surprised again that people make the mistake. I'm not even trying to like I'm surprised. So dude, I was like, oh, you know who's making the mistake? It's me. But then like I said, they didn't even say a word. They just pointed at that. They were like, yo, get rid of that guy. And I was like, huh? So I don't know. Yeah, your guess is literally as good as mine. So apparently, like I said, this party finder is a scary place, bro. You a scary place? Mm-hmm. M11 is scary. Yo, apparently. Does melee uptime strat with melees never get tether? Does that uptime strat also include the tanks? Because if it does, hey yo. Oh, I guess it's whatever. Tanks are guaranteed. It's not uptime. Respectively. When you say uptime, it includes tanks and melees, in my mind. So, if I'm guaranteed it, you know what sucks too is like I literally have to hold my 1 during that. I can't actually press anything.
At long last, the decisive match against the Grand Champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the title?
Tethers are random. That's anybody that's not the people that are baiting the thing. So
First, I shall take your men.
it's anybody who's not baiting the puddles in the north and south side. They never get anything. So it's anybody who takes the towers that have like a chance of being caught with the thing. Who gets it, I think, is entirely random.
Show me your footwork.
But I don't know. I was just, you know, I looked at the guide in the moment, and I was like, oh, you simply just have to do it correctly. And I was like, okay. Which, that being said, this fight is like not that bad.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched!
Behold, the essence of martial must.
I'm so cold, man.
There is much more to come.
challengers holding their own.
It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself so. How about this?
Oh, it's tyranny time, folks. He knows no mercy, and he's never tasted defeat.
No more holding back. Prepare yourself, unenhanced warrior.
I beg your pardon. What is he going to do with all those weapons? Such ferocity! The champion is ruthless indeed!
My reign is absolute.
Nope, not in time. I think they died. Oh, that's my first mistake of the night.
Tyrant altered his form! He looks even more
That's
tyrannical
not
than
bad.
before!
The anticipation on the jump. That's my first mistake of the night. Okay.
At long last, the decisive match against the Grand Champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne?
First, I shall take your name. Show me your footwork.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched!
Behold, the essence of martial must. There is much more to come.
Oh, the challengers holding their own!
It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself so. How about this?
Oh, it's tyranny time, folks. He knows no mercy, and he's never tasted defeat.
No more holding back. Prepare yourself, unenhanced warrior.
I beg your pardon? What is he going to do with all those weapons? Such ferocity! The champion is ruthless indeed!
My reign is absolute. I will not lose.
The tyrant altered his form. He looks even more tyrannical than before.
They gap closes so early. Get the arena split? Me too.
At long last, the decisive match against the Grand Champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne?
First, I shall take your measure. Show me your footwork.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched!
Behold, the essence of martial mastery. There is much more to come.
And they're down. Can they recover from this? They're up! What fighting spirit! Oh, the challenger's holding their own.
It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself so. How about this?
Oh, it's tyranny time, folks. He knows no mercy, and he's never tasted defeat.
No more holding back. Prepare yourself, unenhanced warrior.
What is he going to do with all those weapons? Such ferocity! The champion is ruthless indeed!
My reign is absolute. I will not lose.
The tyrant altered his form! He looks even more tyrannical than before!
My hands are getting cold. Okay. Dude, I'm freezing right now. Being a trap? I mean, so is everybody else's.
At long last, the decisive match against the Grand Champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne?
First, I shall take your measure. Show me your footwork.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched!
Behold, the essence of martial mastery. There is much more to come.
Oh, the challengers holding their own.
It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself so. How about this?
Oh, it's tyranny time, folks. He knows no mercy, and he's never tasted defeat.
No more holding back. Prepare yourself, unenhanced warrior.
I beg your pardon. What is he going to do with all those weapons? The champion is ruthless indeed.
My reign is absolute. I will not lose.
Unfortunate. What in the world y'all talking about right now? Wait, there's markers for the thing? I mean, whatever. Look, you either only got inner or you got outer. If there's anything else marker-wise, then like it is what it is. PTT. Huh. Idiot-proof inners. Is that different from just like regular inners? I haven't seen past a meteor range since last week. You know what's crazy? The party that I had was really good, except for that one Reaper. If we simply just replaced that Reaper and then we brought that like Monk or Viper in, I think it would have been fine. But yeah. They're an 8-way, they literally just mark the spots you stealing on. Oh, it's those markers. I mean, like, those markers are not that bad, honestly. I don't think it's gonna be griefy to use those, honestly. I think it's like fine. I don't really think that there's any reason not to use those. I think you can use them and it's totally valid, honestly. That's my thought process, at least. Yeah. Only finding enough is too hard with him. I don't know. I mean, I just use the compass, honestly. I pay more attention to the compass direction than like the markers. The markers help for sure, but like, I mean, like, yeah, whatever. You either like really like try, or like you just, you know, like, yo, it just is what it is. Is there like a hug? There you go. Wait. Oh, you can't do that with I see. Can people do it without markers though? I mean, I mean, she did, you know. So, okay, yeah. I think it's just a matter of whether or not you need to, like, here's my thought process. If you need to use those markers for any particular reason, then you need to use them. But if you don't need to use them for your own personal benefit, then like it's fine, you know? Like, I really don't think that it's a problem under any circumstances whatsoever. If somebody brought those markers, I'd be like, what are these? And then I put back my markers. If I join a party finder and they're not like the markers that I'm used to with the inner, then like yeah, I don't have what to say, you know what I mean? Like that's it. I just don't have to say. Now, if it is my party, and you change my markers, I change them back, and you can't touch them. Otherwise, like, that's weird, you know what I mean? So, yeah, so, I don't know. Yeah, it's in your screeny? Oh, okay. Screeny is hilarious. When I start Savage, every time I join your party, I'm just gonna delete A. That's fine. The Marshall Mathers LP3. Oh. Yeah, that's fine. I don't think I really need A. I don't know though. Like I don't actively like really think that much about it though. Oh, I see. They're still inner though too. Oh yeah, you see. At that point, I think you don't even need the letters. You just need the numbers. Because the letters don't even change that much for you personally. The numbers are significantly like more important. But yeah. If I could be real, I put the letters somewhere else, if I'm being honest. That's actually what I would do. I would actually use the actually if I had to make a choice, I would genuinely put the letters in a spot where, like, I mean, I would have to sit down with them and like pull constantly, but I would put the markers in a place where I can essentially use them for actually, it's not even true. I would switch them. Sorry, let me correct myself. I would switch the letters with numbers so that the inner marker is just the letter itself, and like it doesn't matter if it's like a like you just go in the middle of the marker instead of having to go inner. Like there's no inner or outer. You just go in the marker. I would replace letters with the numbers. That's the first thing I'd do. Then I'd use the numbers to specifically put them in places where melees can do uptime. That's what I do. And I would 10,000 times prefer that, because getting killed by the only thing that'll kill me is the axe. The sword surprisingly doesn't kill me as often as I think that it does. The axe kills me like a little too frequently, unfortunately. So there's still phone about somewhere. Oh, okay. You know. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that makes sense. You mean for outside during weapons? Yes. That's exactly what I mean. I mean, I'm sure that the markers can be used for other reasons too during like the later half of the mechanic, but like yeah, my mind, because like you don't really need the markers for anything after like you don't really need them during arena split or omen or meteor rain. Like I would try to use them primarily for weapons, and then just see how they can work with Eclectic Stampede. And then if they work with Eclectic, then that'd be great, because then realistically you can probably use them in a way for like the positioning for the like how to stand in place for like the boss or something of the nature. You know what I mean? That's probably what I would do. I don't think they'd be too helpful though, because like they're gonna be, you know, the letters are gonna be some kind of orientation, you know, something like this, right? And then the letters are going to be, or sorry, the numbers are going to be something like, you know, like here, something like over here, maybe like somewhere like down here, and then like something like this. You probably could use them if you wanted to for like the four-way fireball, and then just use the boss's hitbox for the two-way, essentially. That's what I would think about doing, but you know, on the normal ones, I just use D to brain off orbital. Can be using the floor too. I mean, I don't think any more about orbital. I just go to the spot and then just do the dodge. Yee. Marcus, we're gonna put you in the corner. I mean, you know what's shocking though, is that I'm sure that there's people out there who take the tether and they don't go to the spot and like dodge them accordingly. So, I mean, I think we're all in agreement that I would switch letters with numbers and then put the letters in places where they can let you get uptime during weapons. Is like the simplest answer I can give you. Because you can use the letters for like a lot of things too. So, young Sessiion, show us the essence of martial mastery. What's up, Rag? I'm trying, brother. I will say I was playing really well until like that last party. I kind of started, my hands started getting cold, so then I like my thumb would like freeze up going into the dodge, whatever, for the axe. And my legs are cold now, so that's no problem too. I mainly switched to people using most of the market. That's it. I think we're just finally kicking in for real. I mean, that's also like fine. I don't mind like the winter. I think the problem that I run into is that like I don't even hear the heat is on. So like I know right now the biggest problem is the heating is just not on right now. But now that I have like this back on, I feel a lot better. So my hands are not as cold. The power of feral souls makes Arcadian what it is. What's the second? How you doing, brother? How you doing? How you doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. I trust you've either made it to phase 2 P12 or M12, or you're like also suffering in M11. It's usually like one or the other for like everybody else. Oh, that's a really cute glam. Sorry. Twitter glamming. My job has a habit of turning off the heater when the restaurant gets hot and then turning everything back on, which I usually figure out at 6 a.m. when the pipes are frozen. Damn. See, my thing is just like, I just assume that like well, there's like it's like a law though. Like in the state of New York, you have to have the thing on after like a certain temperature. And like it's literally not on. It was on like very temporarily, but now they gotta turn it back on. Time to see this footwork. I mean, fingers crossed, you know, we'll see how this goes. I've been kind of at this for like I think close to like 2.5 hours, I want to say, maybe somewhere in that range. This guy saying that he saw it was Loot Master. That was kind of annoying. This Dark Knight tried to tell people that this is a Loot Master party. I don't have it set to Loot Master. That would be crazy. Hey, yo.
At long last, the decisive match against the Grand Champion! Will the challenger triumph? And
The good news is that I landed in the meeting from the department at Fire Force. I had 2 rounds of hiring process support. Yo, W hiring process. That's wonderful. I hope you get the position, and it's something that you're like really interested in doing, you know?
Show me your footwork.
absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched!
Behold, the essence of martial mastery. There is much more to come.
Oh, shoot. No sprint.
Oh, the challenger's holding their own!
It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself so. How about this?
Oh, it's tyranny time, folks! He knows no mercy, and he's never tasted defeat!
No more holding back. Prepare yourself, unenhanced warrior.
I beg your pardon? What is he going to do with all those weapons?
That's backfiring on me now.
Such ferocity! The champion is ruthless indeed!
My reign is absolute. I will not lose.
The tyrant altered his form! He looked even more tyrannical than before! Once again, they slip beyond their opponent's reach.
Know the folly of challenging me unenhanced.
You're so stupid.
Can they recover from this?
Oh, I'm so dumb, dude.
Oh dear, the challenger's fallen out of the ring.
Pain. That's it. Yeah. Love it. Push it.
At long last, the decisive match
Okay.
against the Grand Champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne?
First, I shall take your measure. Show me your footwork.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched!
Behold, the essence of martial mastery. There is much more to come.
Oh dear, the challenger's fallen out of the ring.
Who's a red Lullafell that did that? Oh, worse, not red. It was pink. Okay. Start laundry. That's good. Do things.
At long last, the decisive match against the Grand Champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne?
First, I shall take your measure. Show me your footwork.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched!
Behold, the essence of martial mastery. There is much more to come.
the challengers holding their own.
It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself so. How about this?
Oh, it's tyranny time, folks. He knows no mercy, and he's never tasted defeat.
No more holding back. Prepare yourself, unenhanced warrior.
I beg your pardon. What is he going to do with all those weapons? Such ferocity! The champion is ruthless indeed!
My reign is absolute. I will not lose.
The tyrant altered his form! He looks even more tyrannical than before! Once again, they slip beyond their opponent's reach.
Know the folly of challenging me unenhanced.
I will not yield my throne.
What a display of power! He's unleashed the full might of the behemoth!
Now fall.
Oh, he's split the ring in half. We're going to need urgent repairs. vengeance. And now he's thrown the ring. What absurd strength! Ham, the ring shall presently be restored. And they're down. Can they recover from this?
The power of feral souls makes the Arcadian what it is.
And they're back in action. Can they turn? Now to the clash between feral pride and mortal resolve. Either side could come out on top. What fighting spirit!
Okay, noted. So you have to actually do your thing and then you do the thing. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it was my first invuln though, I know. I was fine. I mean, listen, that's the first time I've literally seen that. So, but the snap is actually on like second 11 versus no, because I died. I used my invuln. I used my invuln. So yeah. Nine, 11, 13. Yeah. So, It was fine. Like, I mean, he stayed in for 2 hits instead of 1, so he shouldn't have done that. So he tried to be like, oh, like, don't I have to go in for 1 hit? And I was like, yes, but that's it. You stayed for 2. So, like, what do you mean? And he was like, oh. So I thought. And I was like, yeah, but, like, get out. You know what I mean? So. My thing is, like, how do you, Oh, I guess it's kitchen sinking the 3rd one, or something of that nature. See, I think that's why I prefer TTP. Have I ever die? I don't actually know. What do they die to is the question. That'll make more sense if anything, so. Because if you do PTT, then... Okay, bye. Yeah. I might just change that actually. Because my thing is that with the amount of mechanics that there are during that part, I actually don't think it's possible for the who was it, the Dark Knight? I don't think the Dark Knight can like take it, you know what I mean? What are other parties doing? They do TTP. Oh, I see. Wait. I think TTP is actually easier because the Okay, yeah, I think TTP is actually the better strat. So, TTP it is. It makes sense because like the Dark Knight should literally just have invuln. They use invuln. Then we take the first hit, and then I invuln. I need to see the timing of the ticks of the attacks actually. Oh, you know what I think happened? I think either the Viper just a gap close. I think the Viper just a gap close over the fire. So. Because yeah, I would just use like Rampart and not camouflage, Rampart and Corundum, and then like reminder, this is TTP, OTMT party.
At long last, the decisive match against the Grand Champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne?
First, I shall take your measure. Show me your footwork.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched!
Behold, the essence of muscle master. There is much more to come.
Oh, the challengers holding their own.
It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself so. How about this?
Oh, it's tyranny time, folks. He knows no mercy, and he's never tasted defeat.
No more holding back. Prepare yourself, unenhanced warrior.
I beg your pardon. Oh, what is he going to do with all those weapons? Such ferocity!
Wait, what?
The champion is ruthless indeed.
How? I didn't even get to hit the boss's hitbox.
My reign is absolute. I will not lose.
The tyrant altered his form. He looks even more tyrannical than before.
That's antenna. Sorry, 1 second. Huh, that was so weird. Okay. That's 2. That's 3 actually. I'm out. I couldn't even hit the boss during that part. That was weird. Oh, Ghost has some. Thank you. Hello.
At long last, the decisive match against the Grand Champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne?
First, I shall take your measure.
We got loco yet? No. No, I'm just chilling.
Show me your footwork.
We actually saw this often rage with this party, so I think this is possible. We just gotta like do the mechanic correctly. It's doable.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched!
Behold, the essence of martial must. There is much more to come.
That's kind of missing. Other than
Who knew they'd been felled with a vengeance?
oh, that's unfortunate. They picked the DC. Oh, 1 second. Let me
Staros! Go!
Yeah, boy.
There we go. I'll be right back though. Ooh. Oh man. I am cold, 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 brother. I'll pull out the backup blanket.
At long last, the decisive match against the Grand Champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne?
First, I shall take your measure. Show me your footwork.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched!
Behold, the essence of martial must.
There is much more to come.
Oh, the challenger's holding their own.
It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself so. How about this?
Oh, it's tyranny time, folks. He knows no mercy, and he's never tasted defeat.
No more holding back. Prepare yourself, unenhanced warrior.
I beg your pardon. What is he going to do with all those weapons? Such ferocity! The champion is ruthless indeed!
My reign is absolute. I will not lose.
The tyrant altered his form! He looked even more tyrannical than before!
Know the folly of challenging me unenhanced.
What a display of power! He's unleashed the full might of the behemoth!
Now, fall!
Oh, he split the ring in half! Going to need urgent repairs! shall presently be restored.
The power of feral souls makes the Arcadian what it is.
On their down, can they recover from this? Who knew they'd been felled with a vengeance? At long last, the decisive match against the Grand Champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne?
First, I shall take your measure. Show me your footwork.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched!
Behold, the essence of martial mastery. There is much more to come.
Oh, the challengers holding their own.
It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself so. How about this?
Oh, it's tyranny! time, folks. He knows no mercy, and he's never tasted defeat.
No more holding back. Prepare yourself, unenhanced warrior.
I beg your pardon. What is he going to do with all those weapons? Such ferocity! The champion is ruthless indeed!
My reign is absolute. I will not lose.
The tyrant altered his form! He looks even more tyrannical than before! Once again, they slip beyond their opponent's reach.
Know the folly of challenging me unenhanced.
What a display of power! He's unleashed the full might of the behemoth!
Now fall!
Oh, he split the rig in half! We're going to need urgent repairs!
this!
And now he's thrown the ring. What absurd strength! Ham, the ring shall presently be restored.
The power of feral souls makes the Arcadian what it is.
And they're down. Can they recover from this? Huh, they're up! What fighting spirit! Oh, 'tis a clash between feral pride and mortal resolve! Either side can cut out on top!
Do not underestimate the Arcadian!
At long last, the decisive match against the Grand Champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne?
First, I shall take your measure.
Show me your footwork.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched!
Behold, the essence of martial mastery.
There is much more to come.
On their down, can they recover from them? At long last, the decisive match against the Grand Champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne?
It should be better now, I'm saying. Okay. Also, I just realized that I can like hold my twos until that part. I really don't like the way that my setup is for that part too. Getting a Your scrim missing? Oh. My scrim missing is crazy. There you go. Oh. There you go.
At long last, the decisive match against the Grand Champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne?
First, I shall take your measure. Show me your footwork.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched!
Sprint, man, come on. It didn't come out. No, I always sprinted. Okay.
At long last, the decisive match against the Grand Champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne?
First, I shall take your measure. Show me your footwork.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched!
Behold, the essence of martial mastery. There is much more to come.
Oh no, they've been felled with a vengeance!
What a car crash.
At long last, the decisive match against the Grand Champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne?
First, I shall take your measure. Show me your footwork.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched!
Behold, the essence of martial mastery. There is much more to come.
Who knew they'd been felled with a vengeance? At long last, the decisive match against the Grand Champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne?
First, I shall take your measure. Show me your footwork.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched!
Behold, the essence of martial mastery. There is much more to come.
Oh, the challenger's holding their own!
It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself so. How about this?
It's tyranny time, folks. He knows no mercy, and he's never tasted defeat.
No more holding back. Prepare yourself, unenhanced warrior.
I beg your pardon? What is he going to do with all those weapons? Such ferocity! The champion is ruthless indeed!
Oh, hey, brother. Okay, well, RP. I am sleepy. I am too. It feels nice for her.
I've fallen, and I can't get up.
I've fallen.
Stop! Go!
All right. Well. Do, 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 do. One of those days to be for real. I mean, I think honestly it's more so for me that like I've been in this party for like, oh shoot, I've been in this party find situation for so long. You hold both Gnashing Fists No Mercy? Kinda, yeah. Well, you use one Gnashing Fang to go into No Mercy, and then you finish Gnashing Fang with No Mercy. So, yeah. You can do that with a 2.5. If you're playing 2.4, then you can actually use No Mercy and Gnashing Fang together, and then I think if memory serves me, you can actually do both, basically. Something like that. Missed the answer. What, so like No Mercy? If you're playing 2.5, then you have to if you're playing 2.5 Gunbreaker, which I am, then you're gonna do your Gnashing Fang, the first two hits of your Gnashing Fang. On the third hit, you do Wicked Talon, No Mercy into Eye Gouge, and then you throw all the stuff out. But if you're playing 2.4, then you don't have to do that because No Mercy will happen as your charge comes up for the thing, and then you can do you do Nourishing Fang first, then the Marina Beast combo. You do this at the middle. You do that in the middle basically during your rotation if you're 2.4, but if you're 2.5, then you use it at the beginning. That's the real like difference basically. So yeah, I got some Region Party Fighter. Yo, congratulations, wonderful. I've been doing IA2 progs for the past couple of days and not even getting to IA2 on M10. I feel it actually. Interesting. I still haven't played Gunbreaker since it changed. Now it's just probably going to be harder than here. Yeah, I think that's why I'm like not. I mean, here's the thing: people have been getting frustrated for me in the Party Finder so far. I would say across the board because the Dancer we had and the Reaper that we had prior, like they were going the wrong way with the positioning, which was really unfortunate. So there's that. But yeah, like people will start messing up a lot in M7S because of the shakies. It's like fairly common. That's why like it was pretty decent to get like an idea on the damage output for the total thing versus the boss, because well, that's like 4%. I think we died into something like that. So yeah, and also like understandably, like IA2 is like something special too. So yeah, IA2 is actually not that bad. But alas, except for like if you have fire, you can actually like it's pretty bad if you fire and then you cone the wrong way. Thanks, it's brain off. Yeah, I would say like if you're playing healer or tank, it's actually pretty straightforward and like super easy because like you either go first, one of you two go first. So I feel like it's deceptively challenging for range because of the literally the caster spot, but I'm not entirely too sure. So I haven't played caster or phys range all year. I do kind of wonder if it's hard for range to keep track of when it's their turn. I think so, honestly, yeah, because like you have to go fourth, and like what you deal with can be randomized, right? So like as a gunbreaker or like as a tank, I don't really care. I only look for the up. I don't even count how many there are. I just look for the up. It makes it a whole lot easier. What's really tricky is the timing for arena split. Arena split is actually deceptively tricky to like dodge the thing for. Look for tank cluster, get close across the tank cluster equals win. Yeah. Although I did learn that you cannot gap close back if you are in the middle of taking the tank buster, because unfortunately the AoE follow-up will come with you and you can kill people in the process, which is so not good. So I learned. I was trying to figure out if the snapshot was going to be like late so that I could like do what I'm trying to do, but yeah, it doesn't work very well. When we all exploded the TB, I was so confused it killed us. Yeah, trust me, I didn't think that it actually mattered, but it did, so. Lo and behold, to my own shocking revelation, you know, I was like, oh shoot. You actually can't do that. Put Keegan on him? Oh, I don't I believe it though. This race series got a lot of issues with gap closers. M11S killed a few people without a guy closing his OT. You know what's funny? Like you have to wait for the you like literally gotta wait for the maintain to do it though. Just gap close, put Hegan, gap close back. That sounds rude. True though. Honestly, you can probably just Hegan with the main tank and just chill. I would not be surprised. Yeah. I do be trying to like teach the tech though. I do recommend like the. Okay. Hegan's dot Sam? Yeah, same dot. Hegan Bond is the name of the dot that the Samurai puts up. Yep. It's either Hegan Bana or it's Midare. And I think the range for both of them is like what, 6 yalms? So it's like 6 yalms, I think. Shockingly enough, that covers some distance. I can't lie. I think rotation. I think continuation is also 6 yalms. Oh, it's 3. Wait, what's samurais? I'm not making that up, am I? Yeah, it is 6. Is Zadnor 3 the area with the way of metal to farm metal? Yes. You do Zadnor 3 basically. I mean, you also do like all the CEs that come up as well in the process. So whenever there's like a critical engagement, just do it. But yeah. I think also the solo battles give you a lot of metal, but I don't actually remember. The ones in Zadnor specifically. I don't think that the ones in Baja give you a lot. I'd actually use this to urge not gap close on Thom. Hey, how would you feel about if a Gunbreaker got more range in their burst like Paladin? I think, you know, it's funny because I thought about that too, and I don't actually think I like the concept of that. I think that, like, I mean, maybe this is like a weird identity thing, but I feel like Paladin's identity is the fact that it's the only thing that can do that. So, I already have a problem with the fact that, I have the problem with the fact that, like, you can use this from further away. I already don't like that because you can't press the Savage Claw, but you can press the Otherman's Hair from a distance. You use it so that when you're kiting, like when you're dragging the boss, or whatever. But like, yeah, I actually don't like that Gunbreakers can do that even. But I mean, I get it though, because you gotta like wiggle room move the boss when you're dragging it around, whatever that it is. So there's that. Yeah, if Rain of Beast or Gnashing combo like Under No Mercy turned into a range attack situation, yeah, I think I'd be really annoyed by that actually. I think it would just kind of remove the it would not make Gunbreaker easier, but it would at that point just make all of its attacks range with Sand Beam. Undo the revenge change, damn it. It's like cheating. It's definitely cheating. I also don't like that change, personally. I understand what they were doing, and I understand why they were doing it, but the craziest part about that whole situation is that, like, I feel like the only reason why they made that change was because of Fru and M6. Is there any moment that you do it when you're playing Red Mage? I don't even think so. I'm trying to think about the burst windows in M9. The boss is literally like targetable after the Coffin Maker. And then what is it? It's like right before ad phase, I think. And then after ad phase. So like that's a no. See, like you don't need to use that button. Like you're not using magnification or the sword combo from a distance at all. From with Red Mage and M9, like you just don't do it. And I don't think you do it at all in M11 either. So is that too. And then M10 you can. It definitely, like, it's helpful to use it in M10 because like when you're setting up the fire puddle, basically you can do it there. Like it works in that place. And then you don't need it for bubble. You don't need it for opener. Post bubble, no. And then I think it's fine. What's the is it the alley-oop that's after the is it alley-oop after the stack debug pack thingy after the IA2 that's doable? I think so. I think you can do that too actually. So there's that. And then M11, like definitely not. You don't have to use that range combo thing at all. I mean, I will say though, it does help out when you're in the middle doing like your pot. If you pot during the okay, so the actually no, you don't have to, because I was thinking about arena split, but arena split doesn't matter because you literally just sit there and weave it out there until you gotta like throw it out, and you just throw it out basically. So there's that too. Yeah. So I'm under the personal impression that like the red mage change is like a bad change. I don't like it. Not that it's bad. It's an interesting change, but it definitely defeats the purpose. Because like doing it under the that's like if Paladin had Imperator combo that it can use it every like 30 seconds, but like only you get access to it from a distance when you're under like FOF, for example. Like it's just so weird and like completely unnecessary. Because like for me, I feel like what I would have preferred, I mean like low key, I mean side note too, if like is if Pictomancer's hammer combo was melee range. I don't really think I like that it's like a range attack personally. So there just needs to be a reorganization of like how the jobs are allocated, because it'd be cool if casters can be able to flex melee positions, but also be able to do as much damage as like a melee could. So, but that's like not a thing we're worrying about until like way later on. You know what I mean? See, because yeah, in my mind, I think I prefer that like low key. Are there any like weird changes that we've gotten over time? One thing I would like for them to do is just like kind of make it hard for me to get into groups. I don't think so, actually. I think if anything, you just open the opportunity for like just a role to be filled in, because like I think that players would play. I think people would play like red mage more frequently and summon it more frequently if it did really strong damage by comparison. You don't need to have two melees. I think that's my thing though. Like bringing a second melee shouldn't really be like a requirement, but it currently is. It would make a lot of sense for an ultimate like top, because in top you have literally every single job LB. But the thing is like, if an ultimate requires a certain composition in terms of like the party situation, I think that's perfectly viable. Because like an ooh, like same thing, you know, you need like a healer, a tank, a melee, and a caster. Like you're required to bring a caster and a healer and a tank and a melee. You know what I mean? I don't think you're like removing certain roles from being filled and played with, because like you can already do that right now with Pictomancer. Like playing Picto not Picto Dragoon, you're playing Dragoon right now. Playing Picto Black Mage, a fake another melee and like a range is like a common thing that I see. People just don't do it because they limit it to two melees. But if I put like a fake caster spot, it gets filled very quickly by another caster before melee kicks in. So. Well, that's also under the impression that they take out the res, though. So, I'm not saying that, I mean, this is like the future of 8.0, right? When, like, they take out red mages res and summoner res. So, yeah. Like, I would prefer that they have... I think that red mage should already, like, I think that red mage... Not red mage, yeah. I think that the casters just shouldn't have a res anymore. I think that role should just go to everybody, but it's like a limitation. Similar to how it is in, like, a Criterion. But also, I think that by limiting the number of people that can res in the fight, you make the fights all a lot harder. The only job I think that can have infinite reses by theoretical construct is the healers. I think that's fine. But every other job should have like a singular heal that they can press like every, I don't know, like 5 or 6 minutes or something like that. I prefer their benefits to melees. I mean, the current benefit is that they either bring a lot of damage or they bring a lot of like some kind of utility, you know. You're right though. There isn't like you can actually just bring one of each and like you're fine because you get the bonus for that. So the only other real differentiation between like having a whatchamacallit, the like 2 casters versus 2 melees is if like, for example, what is it? If like the boss does a lot of magic damage, and so you just bring like 2 addles versus like 2 feints. See, because in my mind too, I'd like to think that they can change that too, like down the road. It'd be pretty nice if they did that actually, where you can, like, imagine being able to be like a caster and you can use like feint. You know what I mean? I don't think that it would necessarily be overpowered. I think the answer is that it would help to have the option, because then you can like bring a preference. Because honestly, like imagine if you had all DPS like bring like feint and there's no addles, the AoE from the Crown of Arcadia would just kill people because like it's not thingy. Why do you hate melee players though? I don't hate melee players. I love melee. Dragoon's like the best job in the game. What do you mean? Dragoon is literally like the best melee in the entire game, design concept wise. And I mean, it's my personal favorite, so I'm biased. No, I love Dragoon. I love playing melee. I don't get to play melee that often, but like, yeah. We were playing on Samurai. Samurai is not the best melee in the game by design concept wise. It got a rework. Actually, it got 2. So like, no. Based Goon Enjoyer. What's up, Brady? The change that Dragoon got was so minuscule by comparison. Holy party fell. Dragoon River 2, where Dragoon side at? I mean, that was like, yeah, but that's old though. Like, that changed a long ass time ago. Samurai got like an actual like rework. The Dragoon rework was like really small and like more quality of life. Like, Samurai doesn't play at all like how it used to play. Other than Strons? Yeah, but that's because of double weaving. That's not a rework change though. Samurai got reworked with like Subamageshi and like removal of Kaiten and then like no counters. Yeah. What the f? Fair enough, actually. That scared the freak out of me. Played better than it ever has? I mean, like, yes and no. I miss Kaiten. I will say that much. I liked the idea of pressing Kaiten. Also, I liked when the job had like a counter attack and like a finisher move. So, do not bring up Kaiten or I will. Hey, listen, I'm just saying. Secret bit list. Right side of the. I think it's on the right side of the monitor of like the screen stream. I mean, Kaiten isn't the what the okay. Kaiten is not the primary button that I prefer though. I actually like when like Tenka Goken was a cone and like you used third eye to do more DPS, not to do like recovery, you know what I mean? Get Tatsugeki. Why are you still awake at this point? Isn't it like super late where you are? But I still used to do more DPS. Yeah, but like not really though. Like the value of it is a lot less than it used to be. Like kinda, but like also like not really. So, and then the finisher kill move. I miss the finishers. Finishers are really cool.
You are. I don't know what you want, but what I do have are a very particular set of skills. I will find you, and I will.
Hey. Oh, we really were spamming with the bit ones, huh? Hey, yo. Fair enough. Good talk. But yeah. I will say though, I do love current version Samurai, but I think that old Samurai and current Samurai could actually be. I think that old samurai and current samurai could actually be two different jobs, essentially. I think it's possible. The change wouldn't be like a lot, but it'd be different. So, I mean, I don't really care how samurai plays right now because the one job that I dislike the most out of all the melees is specifically ninja. Personally, I don't like how ninja plays. Old ninja was significantly better. But yeah, I don't like current ninja. I like the GCD thing, but I don't like the trick mug thing. I like when ninja was a more utility based job, like using trick and mug backwards, so that ninja being like a 1 minute buff job and like a 2 minute like self buff job was my favorite version. I didn't mind that the mudras were turned into GCDs versus OGCDs, but I also definitely don't like that Kunai's Bane is like a personal buff for the ninja. I think that's like really rock actually. Also, like I wish that they let you use the thing more often. The mudras. It'd be really cool if the mudras were used more frequently. So, but like again, that's a whole conversation that I don't know how to. Oh, I also like miss like Smokescreen and the other move, the Shirk, and then the and like Shadowfang. And when the job used to be like +2, when it was +2, that was really really cool. But now it's kind of like, it's not boring. Like ninja's not boring. It's just like it's just not good. So, like ninja used to be like the best melee in the game because it brought the best buff to the game, and then like that got changed, unfortunately. So, yeah. See, I like Shadowfang mentioned. Yo, listen, I was there, brother. I remember those days. I like Reaper a lot, actually. I don't personally like the way that Gluttony is used at level 100, but I mean, whatever. The level 90 version of Reaper is like the best version, in my personal thought process. It's just weird to hold Gluttony like just as you do, basically. So, I wish you could actually use the executioner thing is really cool, but like why they upgraded that button the way that they did just doesn't make sense. There's no reason to make like an executioner's version. They could have just kept it like Gibbet, Gallows, and Guillotine. The design's really fire though, but I don't know why they changed the potency for the attack. Also, the Enshroud was like a tiny change that I thought was like a rework potential situation, and like it wasn't, because Enshroud went from what 15 to 5, so I think I would have preferred I don't know. Reaper should just like low-key start with a 50 gauge situation. That's just me thinking about T though, like low-key. If you can start with the gauge in T, oh my god, that'd be so fire actually. What else is there? Viper? I mean, Viper's cool. I do miss Dreadwinder, but like it's whatever. Them turning Viper from a 40-second job to like a 1-minute job was like kind of like a. So fingers crossed they like change it back, and then I mean, I do miss being able to press like menu buttons with Dragoon, but yeah. Understandably though, the thingies like whatever. The like get rid of like Spine Shatter and like Wing Glide, and like I don't like that Pierce Talon does like a range potency increase thingy with the backflip. I'm not personally a fan of that. Oh. Okay, last party because I want to go to sleep and I gotta get ready for the morning to start doing some more stuff. I missed the phlebotomized animation. Oh, phlebotomized was so cool. I do miss Old Dragoon, man. Then getting rid of all the piercing resistances and then the buttons that it had and like the, oh man, you opened up a can. Yo, phlebotomized was fire. That shit was so cool. I also miss heavy thrust. That was just looking at the time too, actually. Why is this party 7 of 8? Oh. Ew. Okay, whatever. I mean, we're not clearing, so. Oh, that was great. Oh, Circle of Thorns, right? I think it was called. Yeah, it was a good time. Also a good time. Yeah. I don't mind the current version of the attacks though, but like, yeah. Remember when the not flank hitting heavy thrust can give you the buff? Yes. What a freaking good time that used to be, brother. Same thing though. That was one of those moments where, like, again, like I really did wish that it was like a thing, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying though. I used to love when also same thing with Dragoon's Fang and Claw and the Wielding Thrust. If you didn't literally hit the thing, like you didn't get the buff. That was such a good time, honestly. What's up, Manny? I'm on the way. But yeah. Missed opportunity to show off. Yeah, me too. See, I think that's my personal thought process as well. There's not really many opportunities that you can show off. You kinda have to just like, you know, like whatever. So a lot of jobs have gotten evolved over the course of time as well that I've always been like and like understandably I've realized that the job has gone through like just changes, you know what I mean? So like I miss Machinist as well. Machinist changes were so immense, like insanely immense. Like having to be able to like do the afterburner for your like your turret, and then like having the bishop be the debuffer, and like you didn't bring the rook instead was so like changing stances between like your like robots was really sick actually. I love that a lot personally. Not uptime pressing buttons. Well, I mean, the cool thing is that pressing buttons and uptime is like cool, you know. I mean, at least like that is something that you got going for yourself that you can actually like be proud about. You know what I mean? So, like, I'm happy with that situation. But I think that the fight designs are really stellar. So it'd be great if So basically, like, you should just get punished for not playing well. Like, playing really poorly, like, should be, like, a thing that gets punished, you know? Because you know how sometimes, like, for example, like, a Black Mage will just do, like, Fire 3, Blizzard 3, Paradox, Fire 3, Paradox. Like, you shouldn't even do that, though. Wouldn't casuals complain? I mean, I think so, but also the thing is that, like, they complained before about how difficult the jobs were. The jobs were simplified enough to still offer, like, a challenge. And then, like, the problem is, like, I don't really think that casuals ever cared about how jobs played. I think they just cared about how jobs looked. I don't know if that's true or not, though. I would not take my word into account for that, but the problem is that, like, this game also used to be difficult to play while also maintaining all those resourcing. Like, certain jobs had, like, a really unique way to play that were, like, the synergy has to be figured out by, like, the hardcore players. But the thing is, like, the casual players requested homogenization of the jobs as like a complaint because all the jobs are just too different from each other and like hard to play, which makes sense. But then also it made sense that you would homogenize the jobs anyways because like if you had like a job that had like a 3-minute window, like you just hold it until you get to the 2-minute, you know what I mean? So like the homogenization just like made sense. It would benefit the player base trying to figure it out. It would also benefit the casual that wanted to try to get like a feel for it. But then the problem is that like they homogenize the jobs so that I mean, and the hardcore raiders too, because they just, you know, again, the way how the windows were always setting up, just it made sense, you know. So I'm not only blaming the casuals, but from how I understood it, the hardcore raiders, they wanted homogenization because every single job in Ultimate's like lined up the 2-minute thing every single time, so like it just made sense. And then the casuals wanted homogenization because they can just play the jobs easier. And then what you got to do is ask yourself, like, exactly what did that change? And to my personal understanding, it changed a lot of things for the hardcore players, and it changed very little for like the casuals. So, because like to my personal knowledge, again, I don't know the answer, so don't bite my head off. I don't understand where this cartridge goes, man. I'm back at square one. People on Reddit and I think Twitter and like, you know, all over the place complain about like how difficult it is to play certain jobs and like quality of life stuff, right? And so they just started incorporating those changes, but then the problem is that like those same players what's happening? Those same players like the homogenization was meant to also introduce players to learning how to play jobs, and then it didn't help because the casual players, like they still can't play the jobs like well, you know what I mean? So now their objective is to like decouple the whole like meta, I guess, or 2-minute thing, whatever that it is, which like I hope that they do. So I think that like the homogenization was not necessarily like a bad thing, but I don't think it was like a good thing. What I think what they should do instead is design the jobs around hardcore content. I think that just makes the most logical sense. But provide some kind of utility, safety net, if you will, for lack of a better word, for the casual players, so that way if a job feels too complicated to play, then at least you can play it in a way that makes you feel like you're doing, like you're still like working for what you're doing, you know what I mean? I'm reminded a lot of like fighting games, because in fighting games, they have like a simple system where you just press like 1, 2, 3, and it automatically will just do like a whole like combo super thing, whatever that it is, which is cool. And then why are these people dying, bro? Such. But then what they should do in the process is also come up with like a normal way to play, and like a auto combo thing. Yeah, I think that's fine, because I don't think that like, cause here's the thing too, like a lot of the casual player base have also admitted to the fact that like they don't even think about optimizing or burst windows or uptime or none of that stuff. They just want to play the game, you know. But the challenge is being able to provide content to those players to like actually enjoy what they want to try to enjoy. Like, I'm not really of the particular mindset that like a casual player really cares about what that like a burst window is. Like Reaper can transform into like the with the Enshroud, right? So I think that the Enshroud thing is all that like a person wants to do when they play Reaper. Or like when you play Dark Knight, you know, you want to be like edgy, like evil big, you know, evil boy, blah 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 blah. Like I don't think that I don't think that like a person who plays Dark Knight really cares about playing Dark Knight because like it's edgy or it can press a bunch of buttons. Like I don't think it's that actually. So I don't know. People in fighting games get shut for using mouse or controls too, but feel like it'd be much more of a thing in MMO. But they get shut on more for it. Well, I mean, like I don't really know, but you know. I think it's just a sign, bro. I think it's just a sign to go to bed. I ain't gonna lie. Well, so like I don't really keep immediate active thought about like fighting games and how they operate, but like to me the most immediate one that comes up to me is like Dragon Ball Fighters, because in Dragon Ball Fighters casual players can just like mash and have fun, and it's a great time. And like competitive players can still benefit from the use of the auto combo, basically. So yeah, like I think that's just what I'm trying to figure out, because I think that the game having complication is actually like a good idea. Well, no, I mean, I don't think that the auto combo is not necessarily going to give you like, you know, the full rotation. Like it won't do that, but like at least what it will do is like read like, oh look, there's an attack coming, use your mitigation, and then they'll just press one button for you. You know, it won't let you like, you're not going to be able to do like the full like balance opener or like rotation if you have like a simple mode. It's just going to let you press like your 1 2 3, and then like if you're like a 4, you press like your 4. So like if Gunbreaker had like a simple mode, it'll just press 1 2 3, and then it'll press like burst strike, and then that's literally it. Like it's not going to be anything more advanced than that, right? And then like instead of pressing like a like you can press like a shield button, and like it won't let you you know, instead of you having like select different mitts to press, you just press like a generic mitt that does like 40% and like a short, and it's like 3 minutes long. But you can't, but like if you it's only allowed to be, also the other thing too is that like these buttons would only be used or allowed to be used in content that's like enabled for it, like design wise. So like you can't bring simple mode to an ultimate. You know, the simple mode thing is specifically just for you to go into a content like a dungeon or like a trial that has like no enrage, like that sort of thing. I wouldn't say that simple mode needs to be applied for like a like you can't play simple mode in an ultimate, is what my point is. So, because here's the thing, I also want the game to have like a challenge, you know. I don't I also like don't like the concept of
It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself.
I don't like the concept of the simple mode being like a way that you can just play the game easily. What I do want though is that casuals to play the game in a way that makes them feel good without having it like watered down the way that the dub is played at like a technical level. Because like, if I had to be kind of provocative about it, I think that's what they did with Black Mage. I think Black Mage used to be like a very technical job because of the timer thing, and then I feel like they took it out because people had a hard time maintaining the timer thing. But again, like, there's no tutorial on how to like do the timer thing, you know what I mean? So, like, you kind of have to like figure it out for yourself. But the balance is not even like a resource that like 10% of the population in this game uses. It's like less than 5%, I think, even. You know? Which is crazy when you think about it.
I beg your pardon. What is he going to do with all those weapons?
This is not happening.
Ferocity. The champion is ruthless indeed.
I'm going to go to bed.
My reign is absolute. I will not lose.
Okay, I just go to sleep. I know somebody learning fights more difficult, but some people like that aspect specifically. Yeah, I think that's the other thing too. You know, I think that timers helped. Like again, like if you okay, so like again, the easiest job I can like compare it to is like Black Mage, because like with Black Mage, you had to play a very, very specific skill or spell speed in order for you to like cast your Fire 4s, and then you press like your Fire 1 just as it's about to like fall off, but you reset the fire timer, and then you can keep firing 4. You know what I mean? Like a Black Mage who's not like fine-tuned precise to it won't know how to time that correctly because of their spell speed. But like a casual player who's like, oh yeah, like I press fire 4s and then 1 and then like whatever, like they're gonna just be like, up, the time is getting low, therefore like let me just do it right now. But like it's like 6 seconds instead of like, you know, 1 point or like half of 1, you know what I mean? So it's things like that that I feel like I would like for them to incorporate. Not every single job needs that, but every single job needs a thing that like at the basic level everyone understands, and then the line of technicality starts to kind of like pass the point of like, if you want to learn how to actually be good at the job, then you'll learn how to be good at the job, and like that's it. Because for me personally, I don't like that I can just pick up Gunbreaker and then immediately be able to like play Warrior, Paladin, and like, you know, Dark Knight, because they translate like 1-to-1, like not easily, but like they do, you know what I mean? But same thing with like melees. Like you can play, if you can play Dragoon or Reaper or like Samurai, you can play the rest of them like straight up. You don't need to like know how to, you know, you just think about like, oh, like these are the buttons that do like the high potency. You just press all these buttons. So you want to basically like if you want to identify yourself as like yo, I main monk, you know, how you play monk is dramatically different than how you play samurai. Remember 2 minutes? How do you remember them? You know what? That's the thing though, right? Like, how do you remember them, right? The answer is just practice. That's the thing. Because back in the day, that's what it was. Not every single job back in the day when they had, because like some jobs had like 90-second buffs, had 3-minute buffs, had 2-minute buffs, had 1-minute buffs. So you had to figure out what your team composition was and like work around that. That still exists in this game, but it's much less than comparison. Like, for example, you only really think about the buff snapshot thing when you're playing with like a Reaper, for example, because Reaper uses their buff at like the 2nd GCD instead of like the 3rd, like everybody else does. So, oh yeah, I know. I mean, battle, and it used to be a 3-minute cooldown. So like, and also like Lance Charge, or back in the day, it's called Blood for Blood. And what it used to do is it'll increase your DPS output by 30%, but decrease your defense by 10. So like, you needed a healer to actually like pay attention to the fact that there's a Dragoon in the party. So if the Dragoon wasn't giving mitigation, then like they would just die to AoEs, especially magic ones, because like Dragoon armor is naturally more physical defensive versus magical. So like if you had that buff up and you had like an AoE coming in and you knew it was magical, you had to help the Dragoon or else they would just die. I think that was part of the identity thing that people cared about a lot as well back in the day with like playing healer. The problem with healing though is that every single job in the game is designed around maximizing DPS output without necessarily like relying on mitigation, like recovery and healing and that whole spiel. Like as a white mage or an astro or a scholar or a sage, like you have to know how to do DPS. You don't want to press healing buttons, which I think like healers don't like that, you know. But again, like I kind of digress. Remember when Final Coil released and Dragoons were dying of Airwise? Yeah, I was there. Oh, I was there. I remember that personally. I had to start using the like I remember one time I tried going back and using the other armor that they can share with tanks, because I was like, oh, this will help me out instead, and like nope. Instead I had to use vitality materia. Remember when vitality materia used to be a thing? I had to increase my HP in order to survive certain attacks, which like I'm okay that they don't bring that back. That's like fine. But like needing like strength and vitality materia back then was like so interesting. But that's the problem though, right? Because like now we're in that scenario, right, where there's no reason for Dragoon to have less defense, or sorry, less magic defense versus defense. Like this, like that stat doesn't mean anything anymore. They just haven't changed the formula for that. Like there's like when you if you literally go into a piece of content like Arcadian, like 11, and when the boss does the like the dance domination, it's a physical attack, right? If you have every single job mitigate, and then you have like a shield healer use like a shield, the HP differentiation between like a Dragoon versus like a black mage is it might as well just be equal, because like it kind of sort of is, you know. So that's where like it'd be cool if it mattered between like you know, what you press. Because like mitigation is not differentiated between like the attacks that go out. If the attack hurts, you just put like a feint or like a reprisal on it. Like you don't really think about whether it's a feint or an addle. I mean, you do when you know that what type it is. But like if the boss only does physical base damage and does 0 magical, like addle's useless. I mean, at least it used to be, right? Because it didn't used to be decreased physical defense or physical attack power. Now it does. So that's the other thing I would also do. I would literally decouple it so that like giving people options and choices on what to do button press wise, I think would again, that would separate a player who like understands versus like just wants to play it like safe. Like if reprisal could be modified to either decrease magic and physical by 5, or you can put like a materia on it and like have it decrease like physical attack by 10 but not magical at all, or you can do magical by 10 and then no physical. Like I would love that personally, because like again, it's like you're gonna know like, okay, cool, I'm doing the ultimate coil of Bahamut. The boss has a physical tank buster that doesn't need to be feinted or needs like a physical reprisal, so like whatever, but it needs a bunch of magic stuff because like magic stuff hurts like crazy, so like boom, you know what I mean? So having that knowledge and going into a piece of content like an ultimate is, I think, a lot more fruitful, and will separate like the people who are like, oh, I want to like try it out, versus somebody who's like, yo, I'm an expert, you know. It's not necessarily like gatekeeping. I think it's just like thickening the line between like character or players who like practice and try versus like people who are just like, I'm gonna just go in. Because I think right now that's the current problem, right? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but the amount of people who go into Savage raiding with this current tier have never gone to raiding in their entire lives, but like because the raid tier is accessible to them, as it should be, they're just like, YOLO, we'll figure it out, you know? And there's people who are like, who are playing jobs like Dragoon, and they're fighting Vampatale, a single target boss, when they're single target phasing, and they're using their AoE combo. And they're like, yeah, this is cool. Like, this is acceptable to do. And it's like, is it though? You know? Or like a player who's like, or like a monk who wants to like use this move because like it looks cool, not because it does more damage than like your Twin Snakes or like your Rising Raptor. You know, I'm helping, true, but yeah. So that's the thing though, like a lot of players who are currently doing the raid tier are, this always happens in the first like couple of weeks of the raid tier. Anytime there's like a new raid tier, there's just somebody who's like, I'm gonna give it a try and like go do the content, which you should, like, you know, it's available to you for like a reason. But then they'll have like the ego and they'll be like, hey, I made monk, and you absolutely start with Riddle of Fire and you throw Fire's Reply, and it's like, is monk gain on 4? I have no idea. I don't know. Is it? True Circus 500. Rising Raptor is 540. And then 4-point Fury. Yes, it is +4. That's crazy. Well, for 4-point Fury and Rising Upper and True Strike, yes. Is it really though? Wait. Rockbreaker's 150 versus what? Pouncing Coral. Demolish. It's not, well, it's okay. I mean, I just kind of like quickly looking at it. If you have the channels, so like if you have like your naughties, right? This is what it's called. If you have the balls, then your AoE is good on +3, but if you don't have it, then it's +4. That's what I saw with like Rockbreaker. Rockbreaker is +3 if you want to use Demolish, but it's +4 if you want to use Curl. Some of that. The balls, pause. Yo, chill. But like, yes. If you want to use Demolish, then it's 3. But if you use pouncing, then it's +4. Is what I understand. How do you know that? Just simple math. Like, take the so if you do your 1, 2, 3s, right, your 3 is either going to be demolish or pouncing curl. So all you do is go to the actions and traits and look at how much damage does demolish do. It does 420 from a rear, so it does 420. Boom. Pouncing does 520, so 520 is higher than 420, right? Now the when you press form shifts, demolish shares a stance with pouncing and demolish. So if demolish is 420 and pouncing is 520, blaze it, shut the fuck up. If demolish is 420 and pouncing is 520, rock breaker is 150. So just multiply it until it either passes the number. So 150 times 3 is 450, which is higher than demolish, but it's not higher than pouncing. But if you multiply it times 4, then it's 600, which is higher than pouncing. So that's how you know that rock breaker is higher than is +4, because like against 4 targets, it'll do more damage than like that one attack. And every single job has like a priority system like that. So you have to kind of like count the GCDs. Another easy example is like, so I'm not in any stance mode, right? So if I press dragon kick, right, that's one stance. The other one is leaping uppo. But also the other attack is Shadow of the Destroyer. So those three attacks all share one stance. They share stance 1. So leaping does 460, but if you have the Fury, it's called a Fury, not a Naughty. Okay, if you have the Fury, then it does 460, but it's a crit, right? But Dragon Kick is 320. So either 320 with Dragon Kick, or a guaranteed crit with Leaping at 460. So since it shares that with Shadow Destroyer, Shadow is 120. So times it by 3 is 360. So is 360 higher than 320? Yes. So therefore it's +3. But is 360 higher than 460? Like, no, right? So then multiply it again. So then you get 120 times 4, which is 480, which is higher than Leaping. So it's +4. Yeah, every single job has this kind of priority system, but most of the time jobs are going to be +3. That's the average. The average AOE output is +3. In rare in rare scenarios, some jobs are +4, and in other rare scenarios, some attacks are +2. So, the easiest example is Gunbreaker. So Gunbreaker's combo, the blue combo, this is +3. But if you have a cartridge, the cartridge is +2. That's +2. So when you're fighting 2 targets, you use the cartridge. But when you're fighting 3 targets, you use the AoE combo. So what you can do with Gunbreaker is you use your single targets, and like, let's say you're fighting 2 targets, you'll use your single target, but then when they're together, you use your AoE instead. And that's positive damage. That's better output than like if you just AoE the whole time. But yeah, I think Bard, Scholar, Gunbreaker with cartridges is neutral or gain. So Paladin Holy Circle is as well, I believe, because Holy Spirit is 500 potency for Divine Might, or 400 like regular, and then Holy Circle is 250 under Divine Might versus 500, and then the potency of 400 Holy Spirit versus Holy Circle is like Holy Circle by itself versus Holy Spirit is +4, but under Divine Might it's neutral at 2, and then under Requiescat it's also neutral at 2. So, but yeah, Holy Circle is +4 otherwise, which is like so weird actually. Can you load the Holy Spirit into a cartridge? I freaking wish. Technically though, yes, you actually can do that in the form of Divine Might. So this is +2 if it's enhanced, but unenhanced is +4. Yeah, what's up, Baron? So, now Warrior I think is the worst one out of the bunch, sorta. Warrior is just straight up +4 everything. Warrior is not good right now. It's good. It's good overall. It's good as a single target tank, but it's only good as a single target tank. It doesn't have any output AoE in comparison. So warrior is really bad right now because like you can just tell because FFXIV and Decimate match, and yeah, you need to hit 4 targets with Decimate to do more damage than FFXIV, which is very, very, very feels bad, man. And same thing with Chaotic Cyclone and Inner Chaos. Like Inner Chaos is 660, and then like Cyclone does 200. So now that doesn't mean that warrior sucks. Like in a one target fight, like warrior is super good. So as long as you can do, as long as you're not ever in a scenario where you're not fighting 3 targets, like warrior is so good. The problem is that in Vamp Fatale there is a 3 target scenario, which means that warrior sucks in that situation. It's not technically that bad. Well, it's not entirely, but like it's not that good though. You know what I mean? And then but like in the extremes, like warrior's great because like warrior can single target focus the whole time and pick and choose who wants to hit harder. But then when you put the 2 bros together and they're kissing, then you can just smack both of them with like your primal rend, and like it goes ridiculous, right? Because like that's like a 13, no, that's like a 1050 potency combo, with just rend. And then ruination is what is that, like 1190, I think. 8% of warrior is so bad compared to the tanks. +4 is bad. Well, +4 is not bad. +4 is just very, very rare. There's no savage raid in the current tier that is +4. Like Vamp Fatale is maximum +3. The brothers are +2. M11 is +1. Like there's no cleaving. And then I don't know about M12, so. But M6 is the only, yeah, because M5 was also solo targetable. There's no cleaving or anything like that. M6 had it really well, but it was very small, like short-lived. And then M7 also had it, but it was also only like 1 time at the very beginning of the fight. So, and then for the first tier, well during the first tier, warrior was +3. But in M1 there was only 1 target. In M2 there was 1 target. In M3 there was 1 target. In M4 there was 1 target. Like there's no ads to fight in 1 through 4. There were ads, but they were not like compatible. They just did stuff. So I think the trials were the same way too. Like Veligramanda was like +2, very specifically. Everkeep was +1. Sphene was +1. Zelenia was +2. Necron was potentially 4 if you can get like super lucky. And then Doom Train is just +1. Yeah. And then even the Monster Hunter trial is +1. So like there just aren't a lot of moments where you well, warrior has great cleaving potential if you can fight 4 targets. There's just not a lot of fights where you fight 4 targets. That's the problem. If you can fight 4 targets, then like every job does, well, I mean, that's neither here nor there though, because like some jobs do better damage than warrior even if there's 4 targets. It's just that warrior can only do really good damage if it has 4 targets. Like Gunbreaker does more damage than a warrior if there's 4 targets, because like the attack power that it has is just higher, because it's +2, you know. So like the lesser plus you have, the better. So like if you take warrior's strongest attack, actually wait, is that true? Let me see. 70, 80, 50% versus yeah, no question. If you take Primal Ruination versus Lionheart, like Lionheart clears Ruination. Like Ruination does not do that much damage compared to Lionheart. Because like it's 1060%, so it can do it does like 1400 on 2 targets, basically. Which means that it'll do 2200 versus 4 targets. Ruination doesn't do 2400, it does like 22, I think, or 2000. Something like that. So, but it has like a guaranteed crit though, or direct hit. So there's like a trade-off. See, I had to wear AoE when I was programming tennis last week. It was hilarious. Hey yo, I mean it's not terrible. So sometimes the AoE thing helps even if it's not like good for the job. But yeah, the guaranteed direct hit thing though, kind of like not that. Because here's the problem: like even though you get the guaranteed direct hit with Primal Ruination, there is just a chance though that you can get that with Gunbreaker. It's not guaranteed, but it's possible. So if you get lucky, like it's just gonna feel the same way, but like much worse. You know what I mean? Like if I fought 4 targets and I got like 4 crit direct hits, then like that's gonna feel significantly better than like the Primal Ruination you get from Warrior, because it's just guaranteed. You know, it's like getting like a freebie. Like the Warrior is a freebie, but like if you get lucky, you're like gambling, and you might as well go get a lottery ticket and go to Vegas. Okay, yo. But that doesn't mean that Warrior sucks. Warrior is incredibly powerful. It's still one of the best tanks in the entire game. So Warrior just so nasty. It just doesn't do better damage than other jobs when it comes to like cleaving, you know. You're incredibly powerful? No, you're incredibly powerful. It gets enhanced if you have a Scholar Dragoon on the party. If it counts, Warrior's not that good with this party. I never really think about it, honestly. I just like see, I think that's my problem too though, you know. It actually got fixed. They fixed that because back in the day, like Scholar and Dragoon early on in the expansion, didn't benefit from Warrior fell cleaving and like inner chaosing whatever. Actually, this is during Endwalker, but also Warrior didn't benefit from having like if you played Warrior, you didn't want Scholar or Dragoon because their buff did nothing for you. So they fixed that where now it increases your DPS output overall if you have those buffs, which is good, but like all the more reason why sometimes like party composition can be really cool when it's like a unique thing. But like I wouldn't do that to gatekeep jobs away from the opportunity, you know. Like there should be a reason for a Warrior to want to run with like a Dark Knight, or sorry, a Scholar and like a Dragoon, as much as like a Gunbreaker or a Dark Knight, and that does exist, you know. But that same rule does not apply for every single DPS in the game or even every healer. Like you're gonna want to play Sage and White Mage over Scholar and Astro for one reason or another that's kind of specific, you know. Like White Mage right now is the strongest DPS healer, so people are playing White Mage because like it hits really hard. But like Scholar still is better because it has a very powerful buff, and then Astro is technically better because it can buff its team. But like Sage doesn't bring anything like that, right? Like Sage just brings the best mitigation, sorta, compared, you know, sorta. But it has no utility, right? It doesn't buff the party, and it doesn't pick people to buff. It doesn't do anything like that, though. So, are they using tanks? Yeah, I know. If you can figure out the thing with the White Mage is going stupid right now. They gotta nerf it, but like it's whatever. It's like not that big of a deal. White mages are too like if a White Mage had an opportunity to fully uptime the entire time and like never ever heal, yeah, it'll out DPS a tank. But it's not gonna do that because it's too busy pressing other buttons. So which is good because like you have to press buttons to like you know like your Lily for example. But I've never seen a healer out DPS a tank so far in this tier, so it's fine. Yeah, but in M10 though, like it's insane. Yeah. So, anywho. I just want to make sure that like all the jobs are like playable and like they work logically, and like people don't feel bad playing certain jobs, you know, like people don't feel good having a summoner or a machinist, which I think is like super whack, or a red mage for that matter. But like red mage is actually not that bad, but like it's not that good. Also, Pictomancer is not that good this tier. If you didn't know, Pictomancer is like not that good actually. Like you want a black mage. So, like in terms of like total output, I think from what I've been hearing that like Pictomancer actually does pretty bad damage compared to black mage. Black mage has it like mad easy. Black Picto like not so much. I don't know how true that is though. I would not quote me. But yeah. I don't know. I'm only here to play tank. So. Anywho, there we are. when Red Mage gets buffed, I'm doing the first available tier on it. I mean, dude, I really hope that they commit to the whole like remove the res thing. The res, the if there's two things that I think that they really got to look into, it's the way that they design content for deep dungeons. No, actually, no, not deep dungeons. Sorry, for Baja and for variant dungeons. I think variant dungeons and Baja are like the oil deposit that's been secretly just sitting there the whole time that they can just dramatically like get like a kick out of. So because like for Baja, the whole like using the potions things, like I think, and the abilities, I think that if players could bring that stuff to like casual content like dungeons and criteria, not criterion, but like variant dungeons, then I think that you would actually fix a lot of how people feel about the content. You know, the amount of things you can do with those would be, but also I think as a result though, what would be cool is if they actually made the content also more difficult as a result of that. But like not to the point that it's impossible, but like if you bring that stuff, then you should bring those potions, whatever, and have it like give you more rewards for bringing it. Basically, like you should get more rewarded for bringing things that'll like kind of handicap but hit harder to process. You know what I mean? I don't know. I was thinking about like Halo. Remember like in Halo 3 or Halo 2 when like you wear the skulls and the skulls would like increase your score count, like your multiplier, but like the content was genuinely harder. That's basically the philosophy that I think that 14 has to follow. So, and like Quantum was like a step in the right direction, but it still wasn't ideal because getting a title as a reward was like not worth it. So, heavy roll action to make it cool down easy. I mean, that's fine. I'm cool with that. Like a res button. I mean, a res button would be fine. I think that like what would be very beneficial is like every single job has a res, and you just kind of reduce the tax concept for the res thing, because like Red Mage and Summoner apparently do less damage because they have a res, and Red Mage has like the strongest res in the game because it could like multi-res faster than every healer combined, and if you're like a summoner, you mean. So I have to put Halo skills in a minute. Hey yo, listen, I'm just saying. In my mind, the content will be much more challenging if you limit the resing that's available in content. But I think also my mind thinks that it'll kind of force players to learn to like lock in when they do content at the same time. So Iron, Black Eye, Catch, Famine, Thunderstorm, Tilt, Mythic. Wow, you really remembered all of them. I remember Catch is the one where they throw grenades like crazy, right? And then Famine, you don't get like that much ammo. I don't remember Thunderstorm. Is it Mythic like triple HP or double HP or something like that? And then Black Eye, there's like no minimap? Like no radar or something like that? Something like that. It's been a while. But yeah. Doing lasso runs was something that I loved back in the day. Well, again, I think that like here's what I think. If a really cool system in the game is the Deep Dungeons scoring system, but I don't think people really care or think about the scoring system in Deep Dungeons because like there's no immediate place to check it in game. Like you don't get to see your high score that easily, you know. But also like if there was a scoring system for like a lot of different content and you can get like a grade for it or something in nature, like I think that would be. I wonder if it'll like increase people's appeal to try and do better in the game, basically. But there is a limitation. There's always gonna be that one player who like refuses to learn how to be like good at the game. They just want to play the game. So, do you think they're gonna implement some type of damage metric on 8.0? No. I highly doubt that they'll ever incorporate a thing like ACT into 14. They shouldn't, personally. Because it's unnecessary since it's used anyways by the majority of the player base, but it doesn't really affect people that are Like, here's what I think: if the damage implementation thing was like a requirement in content like dungeons and like an MSQ, then like I think if they did incorporate it, it'd be pretty cool. But like, there's casual players who don't even know that it exists, and they only go do like normal raids, you know. And there's people that go into normal raids, and like, you know, it's crazy to say it out loud because like you don't really think that much about it, but like there's a raider out there who like doesn't do savage because they're just like not good enough for savage, which is fine. They only do normal, and they're only doing it for the MSQ or for the storyline of the raids, and they have like a 1 in normal, and you're like, Lamal, like how's that even possible? But that's the thing though, is like people really only like digress towards doing like story though. So story mode becomes like a big priority for a lot of people, which makes total sense. And I don't think that raiding needs to be like limited only to raiders, but I wouldn't water down the hardcore like the challenging content for players who are not into raiding to have an opportunity to get into raiding. So like, because there's people that want to like maybe like dabble at the idea of getting into like a savage raid, like an ultimate, and like they never do, or they do but they just don't practice or study or nothing. They just kind of like go in and like YOLO, and then those people kind of get like ostracized for just not knowing. Because like when you do like M9, you kind of sort of need to know like a little bit about what to do with your rotation to kill a boss, right? M10, it's kind of required. And M11 right now, it's absolutely required. But some people are just going into fights like, people are clearing M9 and then going to M10, and then they can't clear M10 because they don't know how to play their job, which is the same problem we had with M6, right? So 14 become like WoW mythic rating if they put something in like ACT from vanilla, from what I heard. Yeah, and I mean that's why welcome back, Pedro. I don't really think that like ACT needs to be incorporated in 14 at all. I think that that's gonna only like, I think it'll worsen the situation, you know. Like Tomestone's already doing enough damage as it is. Having ACT in the first place is already like bad, you know. You killed this fucking ass fight. Congratulations, proud of you. We got really close. I got like 3%, but like it's whatever. I'll do it tomorrow. Yeah, I don't need ACT to be incorporated into 14. I just need 14 to understand that players who care about learning how to play their jobs well can be recognized by themselves for playing how they play. But if you don't care at all, then like you just don't care at all. You know what I mean? Because yeah, like if somebody who only does dungeon content is like, hey, I'm a black mage main, like congratulations, you know, like you're a black mage main, you play dungeons, cool. But if you meet like Exu, who's like the #1, who's like the, you know, best black mage in the world, whatever that it is, right? Like to differentiate a dungeon player who plays black mage versus like Exu should be like, there should be like a massive gap between those two, and there is, but not in terms of how they play. You know, a casual player can just look at how Exu plays and copy and paste it, and like it's doable. That should just not be possible, but currently it is. So now, I mean, within reason, right? Like there are certain limitations, but like if I go look at Exu's like M9S clear and just like study the order when he presses buttons, I can copy it like 1 for 1, you know. That doesn't really allow Exu's skill level to really be like differentiated. It only showcases that like he picks up mechanics and does mechanics like very quickly, but a casual player can just copy and paste how he presses and does stuff, and then like they can basically like mimic it. So I don't really like the idea of players being able to do that, you know, because the only difference between like that situation is like a player who's bold enough to stand in place and like throw the cast out versus a player who like is afraid to throw the cast out, you know. So congrats, Padilla. Get her, Ragnarok. No kidding. People need to find a desire to improve from within. I know that so many people that say I want to savage, but they don't want to look at their rotations and their best mechanics. Yeah, exactly. So like, see, so that comment, that's exactly what I want. I want people to want to have an interest in doing savage, but with the caveat that they will learn the rotation and learn boss mechanics. Like, you have to. It's like not a discussion. But for some of those players, they don't really care about that discussion. They're like, oh, I play Dragoon, and I don't care about how I press my buff. My burst window is 7 minutes into the fight, but like I want to kill the boss, and you're like, you can't do that. You need to know how to press your buff button every 2 minutes, and they're like, no, I don't. And then it's like, what do you mean? You know what I mean? So sometimes those people will have that exact mentality going into the content, and then you sit there with like the raised eyebrow because you're like, what are you doing? You know? But you also like, you know, you don't want to like do a thing to like step on toes or like make them mad, or like, you know, like you're not trying to like target them and be like, yo, you suck, and like you gotta be removed from the premises, you know? Like anybody's allowed to do content in like raid, but when you reach a certain threshold of raiding, you kind of expect people to like know what they're doing, or if they don't know what they're doing, they're willing to practice what to do. But people just don't do that, you know? And that's why sometimes you like help a person try to like prog an ultimate like UU or T, and then people are like, oh, UU is like a glorified extreme trial, like you don't care, just simply like not give a crap, and then just press 1 2 3 like you're chilling. And I think that's whack. I think that like UU is like an ultimate, and the fight needs to be like hard as balls, but like it's not, because like it's old, right? But like an ultimate's an ultimate. It's supposed to be the hardest fight in the entire game. But people kind of like scoff at it, which I think sucks, because like the value of the ultimate decreases because it's so easy. Like if UU was as hard as DSR or top, then people would love UU. But it's not, right? So you can't really like enjoy it for that matter. Now that doesn't mean that you can't, like, you still gotta respect it. Like it's still an ultimate, but it's not DSR level ultimate. It's like, you know, it's UU. So best I could do is lead the horse to the water, as they say. If I want them to learn, they get better. It's not to them. Yeah, true. 100%. I was to help, but finding people that actually grow I found very difficult. I will tell you this much. People finding the desire to improve as players will only do so if they want to. But the problem is that players only will try and improve by themselves and prove that they can do it by themselves. But the problem is that a lot of raiders are actually very bad at doing that. So take this kid, for example, that I know who plays ninja. Like, he thinks he's god tier ninja, but he's very bad. But he won't ever admit that because he wants to be good. But he won't ask anybody on how to be like a good ninja. He just wants to assume that he can look at like a 99 parse and then just copy and paste what they do. But then like he doesn't do it anyways. So it's like, what are we talking about? Yeah, man. Now here's the thing though, a majority of us have gone into the content with one of 3 different ideas, right? You either go into the fight yourself and try to figure out for yourself what to do and how to optimize, which is good, or you go look at somebody else who does it, and then you just kind of take notes and like pull the notepad out with the pen, you just kind of figure out like what's going on, or you ask somebody who does have a hand in that role, and then you just, you know, study through their lens basically. I don't think there's like a 4th option, but you know, or you just you know keyboard smash your face into the thing and then just press whatever feels like good, you know. So but the problem is like the community is very toxic against players who don't know what they're doing, and like it's unfortunate because like Twitter and Reddit are just like cesspools of locations where people are deliberately exposing players who like have no clue, right? Did you hear about the warrior who tomahawked 50 times in M10 because he didn't know how to uptime the boss? Like, yo, that's a situation that people gotta try and figure out. Like 50 tomahawks is almost like 2 minutes worth of buttons. Is that correct? Yeah, it's like 1 minute and 40 seconds. Bro pressed tomahawk for 1 minute and 40 seconds. That's crazy. And he was like, I'm helping. And people were like, no, you're not. And people were like, you gotta, like, where's everything else? You know what I mean? What was the name of this warrior? I don't know. I saw it on Twitter, so I can't tell you. 125? Yeah, exactly. So like, brother, that's like a lot. That's so much time to sit there and throw tomahawks because you don't know how to, like, look at your rotation or just figure out a rotation, you know? So yeah, people, and again, like people are bound to run into that scenario because like even healers as well have that same problem. Healers are doing the thing where they'll like you know, they'll play like your white mage, and they're like, oh no, the tank is low HP. Let me give them a regen. Let me stare at their their HP and get them cure 2s until they're maxed out. This is like a waste, you know. Instead, what you should be doing is throwing out like your Benison or like a Tetra, so you can keep on like DPSing the boss. But people think that it's okay to sit there and be like, oh look, their regen fell off, put them back up, and then they cycle regens. That's actually very bad. But like, you know, people are not going to tell you that that's a bad thing without having you feel like a weird situation about it. You know what I mean? Regen OP? Yeah, right. So like you can't tell a white mage player that they're in the wrong for wanting to recycle regen, because they'll just never admit it, that like it's a wrong idea. They're like, well, I mean, like, why wouldn't I? The tank is like taking autos. And it's like, yeah, but like you literally have you have like at least 4 different buttons you can press that like do that job for you. You know, you got Tetra, you got Benison, you got Asajj, you got Asylum, you got Benny, like all these other options. Aquaville's up there too. But it's like, nope, regen fell off. Put it back up. I have actively watched a white mage sit there and regen me in the middle of the pull in M10 and M9, and I'm like, you don't need to press that button ever. Just use Tetra if you see that my health is low. And I'm like, okay, here you go. And I'm like, 5% is not low. When I'm like at 50, and they're like, okay, cool. Oh, you took 50 damage. Here you go. And you're just like, I'm not gonna. You know what? I'm so proud of you. So yeah, people that's only 114 is a damage game. Yeah. Well, that's a problem though, because I think to my personal understanding, right? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that World of Warcraft is a damage game for healers. I think, don't they actually prioritize like a healing rotation? Like you have to actually like, if you press like Medica 1, it'll activate like a guaranteed crit for like Medica 3, and you can like press that and then like it does like a thing, right? I think it works that way in World of Warcraft. So like healing rotations in WoW is actually different than 14 rotations for healing. Like they're very different. I don't know though, but I don't play WoW. So yeah. The worst parties I've been in are the ones that where the damage is so bad that 1 DD or death means wipe. I mean, that's the other thing too. Like people are trying to see the enrage for M11, and then we can't see it because people's damage is like not good, you know, and that sucks. Because if I think, what is it? If one of the healers, one of the melees could have like done better damage, like we would have cleared the boss. But the reason why we couldn't kill it is simply just because like DPS output by the DPS was just not good. So, and that's what sucks though, you know what I mean? I'm 75 now. Those cringe guys won't lock me out next week. There you go. True. The burden of perfection makes parties so unfair to play. The damage profile in WoW is just different. Like constant damage needs to be healing. Yeah, exactly. So like, 14 doesn't exactly have that same kind of philosophy towards its approach of like doing content. You don't have to play perfect in 14 to win. You just have to not play like stupid. But the problem is that like people accept stupid, and they're like, it's okay. Like you ever see somebody make a mistake in a mechanic and their immediate reaction is like, it happens, and you're like, does it though? Like, I don't know about that one. Nothing, I guess. You know, I mean, I think sometimes some things happen. Like they happened to me earlier when I died. I died to the weapon, to the axe, because like I was too close. Which, like, you know, all the time is hard. I'm trash. I was like, my bad, and they were like, it happens, and I'm like, well, it's not supposed to. So, you know, or like. You ever have like a healer take the tank buster to Cancun and then like do nothing about it and then die, and then they're like, my bad, and then the person who didn't even deal with the buster or the tank was like, it's okay, it happened, and you're like, actually, like, no, it doesn't. The tank always takes the buster from the tether and the meteor, and never from like the healer who's in like the Northamptons. That should never happen. But somebody's reaction is like, it happens. And you're like, okay, you know what? Fair enough. Have a good day. Boom. So, my favorite is unlucky in a situation when they were full control of. Yo. I don't really know which one's my like least favorite. I guess for me it's the like happens. How do I edit a video? I don't know. Go to like go get like Photoshop or something. What are you trying to do? Yo, there's no context to that question. That's so funny though. 2% raise the other day, say just 50% uptime. 51% uptime is crazy actually. My video had more than one point to cut. Oh, okay. If you're gonna do it on YouTube, then upload the video on YouTube and then set it as like unlisted, because you cannot edit a video until the video gets like technically published. If you save it as a draft, you cannot edit it in YouTube. So what you should do is put it as like an unlisted video or like a private video or public. I mean, either or. It just can't be private. And then also, if you want to, you can make it public and then edit it after it gets published, and then it'll take like 20 minutes to, like, let's say you like cut out like the first like 5 minutes of the video. If you cut that out, people will still watch it, but eventually it'll cut it out, and then you can just resume as normal. You know what I mean? Hopefully that helps. I'm still trying to figure out which one do I like the least in terms of people wiping and like pulling things and dying, whatever. Honestly, for me, I think the thing that I really hate is when I join. Okay, like an easy example is like today, because I had all these clear parties up, right? Trying to go for the clear, and then essentially people were making mistakes that even I was like, you know, I mean, I made them towards the end, which like, whatever, but like, for example, I'm trying to think what happened earlier today that made no sense to me. Oh, it was when the healer had the meteor and the tether, and then they ran away from me with the tether because they were like, oh, I'll just sacrifice it. And I'm like, you literally can't do that. I need that. Come back here. And then they ran, and then they die. They said, my bad. And I was like, where are you going with my tether, bro? And they were like, I don't know. And I'm like, yo, just stand still. I'll take it from you. Like, just wait. And they were like, okay. And then they waited, and then I took it. And I was like, you see, you just chill, bro. You know? Or earlier when the whole like counterclockwise fiasco kicked in, because everyone was like being like, yo, that Reaper has to be banned because he went counterclockwise twice. And I was like, I even asked too, because I was like looking at the arena. I was like, what happened? And they were like, oh, it was very clear what happened. And I was like, well, I had no idea. So like, what happened? And then no one responded. So I was like, okay, well, just I'll pull. Then I turned my camera at that time and I saw it, and I was like, oh, okay. I was good, but the Reaper was in the entirely wrong location. Cool. And then it just made sense to me that that's what happened, which I thought was kind of hilarious, but at the same time, it's like crazy. Because I really don't, I mean, again, you kind of like hold people accountable for their ability to like content, you know what I mean? But not a lot of folks do it. So like, it's whatever. Lack of communication is also something that is giga annoying. You know, that's a very valid statement, actually. What? Okay, here's a small pet peeve that's kicking in for me personally with M11. It's when my party finder specifically says that it's nobody's inner, and then I host a party, I queue us in, the description will literally tell you the whole thing, and then they're like, is it in or out? And I'm like, yo, I'm pulling. I'm not even gonna answer that question. Yo, I'm pulling. If you read, then you'll know. But you know, 14 players don't read, just like them out. See, I stopped answering that question. I literally like ready check, and then they all say yes, and then in the middle of the countdown they're like in or out, and I'm like, I don't care, I'm polling. And then somebody else has to do it for me and be like, oh, PS said in, and then they're like KK, and then they're in the middle of polling, and then they die, and then we wipe, and then we go again, and then we, you know, mechanic at least. So, is there another thing though? I don't think so. It's much worse than Ultimates, but like it's whatever in Savage Raid. People are just afraid of when it comes to communication in this game, people are just so afraid of either pushing buttons, like people's buttons, or they're afraid of like stepping on toes or pissing off a person. It always, dude, I remember when Nero was like, yo, Sessiion, please don't get mad at me, I'm your main tank, and I was like, brother, just play the game, I'm chilling. What do you mean? Like, it's a practice party, we're just progging. Like, yo, if you got any questions, let me know. And they're like, nah, I don't want to mess up in front of the almighty Sessiion. And I'm like, brother, I'm not almighty. I'm just me, bro. Like, yo, just enjoy the game. So, but yeah, people are afraid of making people think they know what they're doing. Yeah, exactly. And I get that though. Like, I completely understand that. I think it's significantly worse though, especially when you're like a streamer, because usually when you're a streamer, it depends on like one of several parameters, right? If you're like a chill, like laid back streamer, then like you just kind of like, it's like embrace, you know what I mean? But like once the bar gets set to a certain degree content wise, then like there is a minimum you should be hitting when it comes to like what you're doing. So it sucks because I feel like for some of those players, I think I'm in that boat personally. And it's not because I think that I'm there, it's because I think people have put me there because they'll call it out in front of me and I feel like crap. Is when like you know, it's a, oh look, like rare session error, like he messed up, that's crazy actually. Okay, well we died, cool, go again. And I'm like, cool, let me go ahead and jump into this lake real quick and then go take a freaking swim. BRB. You know what I mean? So, but like, everyone just expects me to be like the, you know, the best. I mean, I don't mind being like as best as I could be, but to be like the best is just not happening. Even if I have like the numbers that I have. Like, yo, it's whatever, you know? Like, I can't clear 11. That's fine. But I get it though. Trying to make sure I actually like putting. Well, yeah, I mean, everyone has that fear though, you know what I mean? Because like, here's the difference though. If you make a mistake and you die, or you cause the wipe, or you know that you're still practicing it, as long as you just own up to it for yourself and be like, yo, my bad, usually people like don't care that badly. But also like, you should hold yourself accountable. If you know you can't figure out like the trophy weapons, then you should go practice trophy weapons. Even if you've seen Arena Split or like Meteor Rain, if you're like, hey, I can get to this mechanic, but it's me being dead, that's not good, then like you should just go ahead and like, there's nothing wrong with practicing, you know what I mean? Like, brother, that's me. I literally try and hit the training mode like all the time whenever I do content. I gotta just make sure that I remember like what I'm doing, and I'm still trying to figure it out too. So there you go. Best parties I progged in was people talking things out and resolving issues, trying to help them to learn. Honestly, same. As often as I don't see them, I do appreciate when I do see them. When we die to a mechanic and someone's like, yo, I have a question, and I'm like, yo, what's up? I'm happy to answer it for you. And they're like, do I go north or south? And I'm like, you're tank, so you go north. And they're like, okay. And then they go north, and I'm like, yo, W north, chillin'. You know, the worst were always less talking, more pulling. Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, also you're waiting for somebody to like own up to their mistakes so you can re-pull the boss. You know what I mean? Like, you want somebody to be like, yo, my bad, that was me. And you're like, okay. Look, count down again. Because like, dude, I tell people this all the time, but it's like, if we're doing like an ultimate or like a prog point thing, whatever, and we're all like together raiding together, and like you make a mistake, if I ask like, hey, who was that? Like, who messed up? It's not like you're gonna get like a flying sandals to the face. It's more so just like, okay, like, you know, let's try to figure out what happened and how we can fix it. I'm not gonna tell you that you're terrible because like you messed up. it's like, yo, whatever, we just go back in, you know. But everyone's always afraid of getting yelled at, which I get, so that's why it's so tough. For me, it was Omen. I can't do the middle dodge. I just like the Narnia dodge or D for brain dead. Oh, I mean, I get that actually. I almost messed up the dodge earlier today. I was kind of surprised by it though. I shouldn't have like lived it, but I did. I did like a weird like same north dodge thing. I'm shocked that it works. You yelled at me? When? I don't even remember this. There's no proof for this. I think more polling has a place, but it's never used at a time. I'm sure that there is as well. I never really know when it is though. No, most of the time I will, if we wipe, I will in my head count to like 5 and then I'll do a countdown. Or like if we get to a point and if there's any moment in time somebody types in the party chat, I ready check. You sponge in 10. Oh, okay. I was like, what did I do that for? Wait. I got asked a question in Discord. I have to answer. I mean, everything is familiar. Hey, yo, Axel. More polling is fine for everyone if everyone is familiar for everyone. But for example, when I hit P12 phase 2 fresh and the one was just like pull when we were trying the first make it stupid. Hey, yo. I mean, that's the problem though, you mean? If like, okay, so if I could make like a personal request when I get there, like if I'm doing M12 versus like the Lindworm, and we're like at M1 or M12 phase 1 in Rage, like I want to kill the M1 phase or the M12 phase 1 boss, but I want to do the second boss blind, like for fun. You know what I mean? So. But yeah, like I don't really, you know, it's like whatever. For me, it's when I have a mechanic I know how to resolve, but then just start doing it the first few times. I mean, that's everyone though, and that's like repetition. That's why the whole concept of repetition is like super, it's just super important, because you really want to make sure that like, because genuinely like, people think that I think it's like a perfection thing, but I don't. The reason why the practicing thing and the repetition thing is so important is because like you could just turn your brain off during that mechanic, and then that way you can see the later mechanic more frequently. So it sucks that people don't actively try to figure that out, you know, like you should, because it helps. If for some magical reason you're dying to trophy weapons all the time, you want to figure out why you're dying and how to reduce that situation. That way you can just never deal with that problem, or at least rarely deal with it, you know? Because like every single pull will feel like an off pull because you keep on dying to mechanics. But like I'll use Afro as an example because like that's my boy, right? But like Afro, it took him like several days to figure out how to like look at the wave for M10 when during snaking, you know what I mean? But it's not just him though, that's a lot of people though. Me too. Like, yo, a lot of people have that problem. There are moments where I'll get to that part in the mechanic, I don't even look at the boss. I'm like, yo, I'm a spread. And like if you live, cool. If you don't live, GG's. You know? So yeah. But everyone has that problem of like practicing like repetition. You know? So it's just a matter of being able to practice it. And like same thing, like I will try and force my brain to figure out like, okay, how do I turn my camera, stand still here, go here, there, figure out how to blah, 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 whatever. And then eventually it's like, okay, cool. I have like a flow, it works. I'm gonna just use it. And it works. So we're chilling. For me, it's when I have a mechanic I don't know. Sorry. Sometimes people lack a piece of puzzle to the fully understand the mechanic, and asking how others read sometimes can help, for sure. And I feel like sometimes it at least helps you like understand it too. Like I know that for the easiest example that I can think of is like in Fru, Because in Fru during APOC in Phase 3, people look at the safe spot for the dodge for the circles. I don't do that. I look at the spot where they come from and then turn the thing. So like if A and C was safe because the AoEs aren't hitting A and C, like for me that's like 1-3. So I sometimes I look at things like a little bit backwards in comparison to other people. And like it's okay if you think about it that way. Like you just gotta make sure that, like, you know, you understand it for your personal self. Everyone has their own perception and approach to how they perceive and do content. Like how I do content is very different than how others do it, and I know that too. So to be myself off of cast, to be honest, I feel that though. I mean, casting is cool if you're into it, but like it's like whatever, you know. I would play caster if I was interested in playing caster, but I'm not. I'm interested in playing tank, so I just play tank. You do your thing, you know. I was spending more time making sure I didn't drop a caster, hit the right button when they're looking at the mech. Yeah, that makes total sense too. So I feel that actually. How would you get back online? I don't know how many tones I've gotten since I haven't played much this week. Am I capped? I think I'm capped. W cap. A lot of mechanics that I can process backwards compared to other people. Yeah, exactly. I like tank right now because my friend I raid with is also a tank, so we are trying tank combo. Yeah, you know, I mean, that's one of the joys about playing the game in general, right? Is like, if you can find people that you can vibe out with and do content with and like enjoy it, like, it's always cool to do content with that people. So, whether they're good or not, like, it doesn't actually matter. I will take a vibe any day over, like, a skill level thing. Because some of the best raiders in this game are terrible people. And, like, that sucks. Because, like, you don't want to admit that, but, like, it's the truth. Like, you wish everybody could be, like, a nice person, you know? I'm not an example, so. I have my aggressive moments of retaliation when somebody makes a mistake in a mechanic for a fight, you know? But I behaved today, except for the that last bit where I think I called somebody out for, like, being in the wrong place or something like that. Or, like a weird angle, something, I don't remember. That's the thing, though, is like, most of the time, if I'm making fun of people or like insulting or like raging, yo, I literally forget about it in like 5 minutes because it's just not that serious, you know. If I have this new job, I'll be home early and I can actually raid with friends more. That'd be W, actually, you know. You include me in Train Extreme. You see, but like the thing is that like maybe I did. Do I remember it? Hell no. No. I don't even remember it. That's why it's such a, like, nothing situation. Brother, you gotta end up on, like, a list in order for you to become, like, a problem. You know? It doesn't happen often enough. It, like, doesn't matter. If it did, brother, I would be overly entitled. And I'd be such a dickhead. But like, whatever happens today, I will forget tomorrow. Because it was just not one of those situations, you know. It's like, yeah, who cares? Like, whatever. I'm not in the interest of like causing any kind of like drama or like because you know who this reminds me of? I don't want to like name drop him necessarily with like an animosity thing, but like, because I saw a tweet about him earlier, was a low tier god. I'm not trying to be like a low tier god, bro. Where like everybody who I encounter is either bullshitting, cheating, hacking, you know, some kind of negative implication, and then I'm always finding like an excuse for everybody else's problems, but I'll never admit to my own. You know what I mean? I'm sorry to use him as an example, but like that's the quickest thing I can come up with. Which is funny. I do hang around because I do find the stream entertaining and insightful. Well, I'm glad, you know. I'm glad that people can actually like watch me and like kick back and enjoy, you know. Because like I really do just sit here and press buttons and then play tank and then get memed on by people with like the memes, you know what I mean? Like we do this for fun. We don't do this to like you know, become hostile or whatever.
Yeah, boy.
Prime example, you know. I also get mad, but I'm not the streamer, so others will never find out. What tweet? What? Oh, I don't know. It was a random one that I found. Basically, LTG like addressed. Oh, there was like an allegation that he just orders food on like DoorDash all the time, but he tries to be like fit and healthy, which usually you do that by like cooking your own food and like kind of meal prepping. So apparently, like LTG meal preps by ordering DoorDash, which like whatever. But I think the problem is that he tells people that he cooks his own meals, but somebody else was like, nah, he DoorDashes. So it was funny because, like, you know, but his reaction isn't just to kind of like squish the allegations. He's like this low hanging fruit, you know, and a whole bunch of insults. It was not like it was a very like minor situation. So, but that's what I'm saying though. Like some people like, some people, I mean, people try to really paint like a narrative about themselves in a way that like, you know, they're trying to be like seen as like the, you know, the god, but like, bruh, not even close. You know what I mean? Plus, like, not to mention that like a lot of people just like, yo, you really forget at the end of the day who you even like. I'll never remember any of the names that I encountered today in Raid. I'm gonna forget all of them. So, yo, like it's whatever. Ooh. Okay. Out of curiosity, actually, I'm gonna just check Twitter now that I said that. You know what I mean? M11 got people posting job applications. Oh no, that's funny. Ecliptic Prague, Hector, 500k for an hour, 3 million an hour per pull of ES Prague, 3 million if we see in raids, 25 million loot master chest free for all. Yeah, yeah, that's really funny though. M11S got people posting job applications is super funny. Man, Black Mage is doing almost 5k with RTPS per gear. Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, Black Mage is freaking cracked right now. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, other casters are cool, but, like, nothing is beating Black Mage right now. Black Mage is absolutely, like, just #1. Which is good, but, I mean, with how it plays right now, I don't care. Basically. I saw a monk doing, like, 41k. I was, like, impressed. I was like, yeah, that's actually kind of fire. Ew. Let's do this together, bro. I see the bros over there kissing. It's kind of crazy, actually. Bro, it looked literally just like the video from the or the freaking raid, the strategy board, whatever. So I did 41k RDPS, but 37k RDPS, but 41k total. That's not bad, you know? Are you gonna hop back into 11 tomorrow? I could tag along. What's tomorrow? Saturday? Yeah, it should be. I'm trying to think of what's tomorrow though. What are we doing tomorrow? I'm glad that I went into Baja, basically, because now I was trying to get loads of memories. I like having the quest line available in case of like I ever see like a DR run. I like seeing DR runs and then just joining it and getting like a free thingy. So, like, to me personally, that's really nice actually. You're one trick warrior? Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. RDPS is a scam. Hey, I never know these things, but I just kind of like vibe out. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't care. I play Gunbreaker. I mean, I was playing with Nero, and he was playing main tank warrior, and I was like, oh, maybe I can like easily flex into Gunbreaker off tank, and then I was just surprised that I could. So I was like, oh shoot, I know how to like Dark Knight, or I know how to off tank. Fire actually. You can now pay $1 million to reserve a hotel stay on the moon. Hope open space hotels. All right, bro. Would you go to the moon to stay at a hotel? What the that's so random. Maybe they're a scam. I mean, literally. The thing is, like, the number thing is cool when you see it and you're like, hey, I'm not getting a gray. It's whatever. Like, genuinely. If you don't get, like, a gray, you're, like, chilling. Like, it's whatever. You know what I mean? But I never, I mean, I know that my numbers can be really high, but, like, but again, it's not because I'm super good. It's just because, unlike a lot of other players, people are trying to just figure out how to get to the mechanics, and I try to figure out how to maintain my rotation as I do the mechanics. So that's like the differentiation. It's gonna be really, really easy to like out DPS me. I try and tell that to people all the time, but like no one believes me. Everyone's like, nah, session's goated, and I'm like, no, I'm okay. I just try to press buttons and do what I can when I can. Random side note, like, Twitter's mad quiet. Except this Dragon Ball Z right now. I freaking love Dragon Ball, bro. Tyrant long fight, almost 11 minutes? Yeah. It's like, I think it's actually exactly like 11 minutes. I think it's like 11 minutes and like 4 seconds or something like that. Like, if you actually like hit the enraged cast timer, yeah, it's like 11 minutes, like in 4 or 5 seconds. Something like that, I don't know. That's good though. I don't mind fights. I think like time being like a factor for fights is like kind of like lame. If Tyrant wanted to be like 15 minutes, yo, he's 15 minutes. W. Sugar Riot would have been like a 13-minute fight if they kept the other version of the mechanic in place, but they didn't do that. So, but it would have already been like way too much if it was like past what, the 10.5 I think that it is. But it could have easily been like a 13-minute fight. They just cut out the one mechanic that they chose to cut out. Paranormal Activity 8? Shut the fuck up. There's no shot. There's 7 Paranormal Activity movies? There's no way. There's no actual way that this is a thing. Is this real? Brother, I love Paranormal Activity. Easily one of the best films of like my personal life ever. I love this movie series, bro. I hated the after the marked ones though. It kind of got like it was like the Ghost Dimension or some shit like that, brother. M4 I felt like the drag. P2 was kind of a chore. M4, I didn't mind it. I mean, it was fun. I don't, there's no raid this tier that I disliked. So, I just dislike certain ways that mechanics were being done by the party finder, but like fight design wise, like, nah, there's no fight this tier that I really disliked. Pandemonium is different. I disliked P6, even though that fight was mad fire. But it's because I hated the whole cachexia cheese. I didn't actually mind Tree, even though everyone hated Adestus. But like, Tree was pretty cool. And then, oh, and Eric Thonios was like pretty, like, sleepy. It wasn't bad though, but he was pretty sleepy. But Hippocampus though, sheesh, that dog bat creature thingy was crazy fire. I love that boss. Easily one of the coolest boss designs. Not even because of the boss design, because the arena was so clever. And then we won't talk about the Phoenix because everyone hates the Phoenix and all the orange. Although Elmo's Jack was hard. Oh yeah. IP10 because I'm a sicko. See, I mean, P10S is one of the best raids in the entire game, so like I get that actually. But it's not P8. But P10 is up there. P10 is one of the best raids ever. Only because of one singular mechanic. Actually 2. Actually 3. 3 mechanics made P10 one of the best mechanics. Fight wise of all time. I'll never ever talk about it in any other like again. Light heavyweight was my first content on content tier. That's cool. I mean, I think that light heavyweight was like a fire tier. I think that it was really, really good. I just hate that people went through it so easily, and then they were like, yo, this fight's mad easy. You know, all these fights are like super easy. So I think that's my only problem. A lot of players who went through the raids here for the first one and then they thought the fight was like super easy. I personally disliked hearing that, because design wise, like the fights were mad peak. But a lot of people like disagree. People thought that M3 was boring, and I was like, how freaking dare you? The aesthetic of that fight is one of the best ever. But I'm also very biased. I love Brute Bomber. M3S is my favorite fight, I think, out of the majority of them. M3 is a top 3 fight for me in the Arcadian out of all of them. Like, no bullshit. I'll never forget P10S because week 1 we cleared it by Enrage. Everyone was dead, but our dancer had high ping and lived long enough that the dots ticked over him. Oh shoot, that's crazy actually. And it's in West Alber's clear VOD. West Alber's. You know what's crazy, man? I'm a streamer and like, I play 14 all the time. There are so many people that I just don't know. I don't know who Wesk Albers is. Is it like Albert Wesker? What job does he play? I'm assuming he's a guy. I really enjoyed Light Heavyweight. My first return to rating. Oh, okay. Rating to Stormblood? Oh, okay. Wesk Albers. Probably plays like Monk or something. Over here. Or actually like maybe like Dark Knight. He plays Dragoon? Oh, JK. I was entirely wrong. Okay. Dragoon? That seems kind of like not like Albert Wesker. I feel like Albert Wesker would either play... Actually, you know what he would play? He'd play Viper. Kill, look at the Wesk Albert P10S. I can check it out later. Although that fight will bring back nostalgia. Like, yo, that fight was godlike, dude. Actually, the worst fight from Pandemonium was probably Kakaidos. That boss was so like whatever. Although I did love the limit cut. Cryo limit cut was fire, or JP Brain Dead or JP limit cut. Man, what a good ass time. However, Kakaidos was like the most forgettable boss out of all 12 fights. So. Just design wise, you know. I don't even remember like why that boss like existed. The beast mode thing was really cool. But like, yeah, who cares? Both in command. Hey yo. LJP versus Oppo PF4. Dude. I remember when we figured out the oh gosh, what's that strat that they had in M7 with the with purgation when you have everyone in the front? Wait for it. Shut the fuck up. Man, I miss him. I miss purgation. What a cool mechanic. It's the one with the 4 winds and then the holy, and then you like go back and forth between the platform and you don't use the back platform. At first I didn't like it, but then I was like, you know what, actually this is really cool. Because those AoEs were huge. And what was shocker is that people still died to that mechanic. Everyone was afraid of the bird. Bruh. But that was a good time. My toxic gaming trait is that if I'm spotted in a stealth game, I will restart the level. Yo, facts. That's actually so valid. I'm of the exact same mindset, actually. That's hilarious, though. Okay, y'all. It's supposed to be 3 a.m. I'm sleeping in heavy tomorrow. Why is Drake trending? Wait. No, you're not. What do you mean, no, I'm not? I remember P3S falling because I played Scholar and made the biggest shields known to man. Dude, Fountain of Fire was so sick, dude. I love that mechanic so much, actually. You did a criminal thing on your clear? Sleeping in? What do you mean? Yes, that's absolutely gonna be my priority. I'm gonna go to bed in like 5 minutes, and I'm waking up at like noon, brother, and I cannot wait Brother, that guy literally like schlong out. God damn, that's crazy. Actually. I don't understand why Drake is trending on Twitter, but like whatever. Yeah. All right. Who's still live? What the hell is Allie watching? Oh, I see. I think she crashed out from doing M9S. Okay, I see. I'll check Discord when I wake up at 12 and see you like on 14 for like 4 hours. Yo, whatever, man. You don't freaking know me, all right? I'll probably be on, but I'm not gonna be doing anything because I'm gonna just be AFK sitting there doing Lord knows what. That's always what happens to me. Hey yo, that doesn't count. I did that on purpose. Don't you freaking dare. Yeah, man. All right. Anyways, thank you again for watching and tuning in. I appreciate it. And as always, I'll see you guys all in the next stream. So, W stream today. I will say, we didn't get to clear M11, but it's okay. We saw in Rage. I now understand what I like about the fight, whatever that it is. You know, we're going to do some TTP, and then we should definitely go for the clear tomorrow again. I think it's totally possible. So like we shall see. I think I'm gonna go raid out to Beller because she's currently doing M10. Her shield healer and ninja is currently dead. So lock Sage out. Yo, low key though, bro. Low key, because man, Scholar's just so nice, man. Sage is not bad though. Like Sage is powerful, but like you know what though? I'm a hypocrite because like if I had to play shield healer, I'd play Sage over Scholar. I'm just throwing that out there. So like GG's. You know. But no. We should be back tomorrow. I'll probably try and go for the clear again. Hopefully it'll be more likely because like the percentage is there, and then there's a possible chance we're doing T tomorrow night. Like we'll see. It's kind of like a maybe situation. Like we'll see. But if not, then we just try to go for the we go back into M11. So, and maybe this time we won't get like a blacklist worthy situation, bro. Anywho, enjoy Bella. She's awesome. She's already done with her tier for the week, so she's practicing some white mage, and I'm gonna go to bed. So I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Have a good one. Take care, y'all.